This is a public hearing for proposed Regional District Okanagan-Smilkameen bylaws number 2603.21 and 2455.47, 2021. The proposed bylaws and related information, including written comments received to date, is available for review at the head table, sitting in the binder here. At this public hearing, all persons wishing to speak will be given an opportunity to do so and are asked to commence their remarks by stating their name and address. Written comments may be submitted to the head table before closure of the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak at this public hearing is asked to do one of the following. If you are participating by computer, please click the raise hand button, which can be found in the participants panel on the right side of your computer screen. This will indicate that you wish to speak. If you are participating by phone, please press *3 on your phone's keypad. This will also indicate that you wish to speak. Having indicated that you wish to speak, you will then be placed in a queue until you are invited to speak by the chair. All speakers will be restricted to a time limit of 5 minutes until everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to speak a second time may do so by following the same protocol of selecting the raise hand button on your computer or by pressing *3 on your phone's keypad. To submit written comments, please email them to planning@rdos.bc.ca prior to the closure of the public hearing. I will now ask Fiona Titley, Planner 1, to outline the specifics of the proposed bylaw. Fiona, online?
Thank you to the chair.
Go ahead.
If you just give me a second, I'll pull up my PowerPoint slides. Oh. Danny, am I able to have the ability to share my screen, or if Chris has the ability, he also has a copy of my PowerPoint?
You are set up as presenter.
Thank you. So this is a rezoning application for 4899 East Side Road. The subject property is approximately 46.59 hectares in area and is situated on the east side of East Side Road. The applicants wish to convey 29.2 hectares of the eastern half of the lot to the adjacent Nature's Trust property to the south. After conveying the 29.2 hectares to Nature's Trust, the remainder property would not meet the minimum parcel size requirement for the current zoning designation, which is part tourist commercial 1, part resource area. As such, the applicants are proposing to amend the OCP and zoning on the property to address this issue and permit the boundary adjustment to occur, and also to address current nonconformity in the tourist commercial zone portion of the property. Specifically, the proposed amendments to the official community plan designation are as follows. The land use designation on the approximately 1.04 hectare portion of the land shown in green will be amended from tourist commercial to large holdings. The approximately 15.7 hectare portion of the lot shown in purple will go from tourist commercial to large holdings, and the 29.2 hectare portion of the property shown in yellow will be amended from resource area to conservation area. The proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw include changing the zoning designation on the approximately 0.6 hectare area of land shown in orange from tourist commercial 1 to site-specific tourist commercial 1 zone. The 1.04 hectare portion of the land shown in green will be rezoned from tourist commercial 1 to large holdings 2. The 15.7 hectare portion of the lot shown in purple will be rezoned from resource area to large holdings 2. And the 29.2 hectare portion of the property shown in yellow will be amended from resource area to conservation area. Further, the amendments to the tourist commercial portion of the property will include adding a new subsection to the site-specific tourist commercial provisions for the property, which will specify that despite the regulations listed in the tourist commercial 1 zone, they will be permitted to have 2 accessory dwellings on the property, and this will bring these 2 existing dwellings into compliance. Here you can see the changes to the tourist commercial designated portion of the property. Currently, a portion of the tourist commercial zone is used for agriculture. The amendment will exclude the land used for agriculture from the tourist commercial designation, as it is not a permitted use. And as such, the portion of the property zoned as tourist commercial will encompass only the buildings and structures on the property that are used for commercial operation. The Area D Official Community Plan speaks to encouraging the protection, preservation, enhancement, and management of sensitive ecosystems through the introduction of conservation area designation, and encourages conservation organizations such as Nature's Trust to acquire land for conservation purposes. Lastly, here you can see the applicant's site plan. I have highlighted with the red line the area of this future subdivision. All land to the right of the red line is what is proposed to be rezoned to conservation area and eventually conveyed to Nature's Trust. And the land on the left-hand side is the remainder lot that will be large holdings to and site-specific tourist commercial land. Thank you.
I will now declare the public hearing open and ask if there is anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws. See if there's anybody on. No. I will ask a second time if there is anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws. I will ask a third and final time. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws? It's also the final opportunity to submit correspondence or letters to on this. Okay, hearing none, I hereby declare this public hearing closed at 9:10. And we will move on. We start with planning and development. So I will turn it over to Chair Knodel.
Thank you, Chair Pendergraft. Looking for a motion to accept the agenda for the, thank you, Director Roberts, Director Bush. All in favor? Opposed? I haven't got a full layout here, but I don't see any on what I've got, so move forward. First item, item B, APC resolution, Chadwell Place, front setback. CAO Newell, will you please take it away, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this was a recommendation that we got from the Area D Advisory Planning Commission when they were considering a sole application for a variance earlier on this year. And what they're proposing is that in the Vintage View subdivision, that there is a section in there on Chadwell Place that has some significant elevation constraints, and there is a covenant in the sort of the backyard portion of all of those lots along Chadwell Place that limit the use of the lots. So the application that actually came in was for a front yard variance, and that's on your agenda for later on today. But this one is recommending that the regional district apply the same rules to the Chadwell Place lots as this one application that's coming in today. And we did a similar process for this on the Workman Place subdivision over in Area E in 2019. So we have some experience with this, and we think it's a good idea. What we're suggesting is that the board just refer this over to administration, and planning will get to it early in the new year. It's not a significant amount of work for them to do this. And it's just that we don't, we want to address the recommendation from the Advisory Planning Commission, but it's going to take us a couple of months. So we didn't want to just leave it sitting out there. So that is our recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, CAO Newell. Are there any questions on this topic? Does anyone care to make the administrative recommendation? Director Coyne, Junior, anyone seconding? I just don't have everyone on this thing. Is there a seconder, please? Director Bush, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none.
Chair Knodel?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Director Olbrich had his hand up there under discussion.
Pardon me, Director Olbrich. Go ahead, sir.
Not yet. Not yet.
No, they can't.
There it
hear me.
is.
All right, thank you very much. I just wanted to speak to this very quickly for the benefit of the board, and thank you very much to staff and to CAO. The APC meeting on this variance application, which we'll see later today, was excellent deliberation, really good support from staff. And the builder, who was the agent for the applicant, was incredibly helpful in speaking to the need for the variance on the subject property, but the questions that came from the APC about the adjoining properties helped to form this recommendation. When you look at the drawing on page 8 of the agenda, you can see that the specific do not disturb covenant really impacts quite a few lots, and this is a rather steep slope area. And a detail that came out in that deliberation is the utility right-of-way between the road and the front of lots on both sides is larger than usual. Usually they're 9 feet. This one's 25 feet. So the deliberation really took into consideration sight lines and impacts on the greater community. There were 2 community concerns raised, one in favor, one against. Both raised excellent discussion points. And in the result, the recommendation was made in the context of the board and the staff saving the unnecessary cost of numerous applications for variance in the future. These lots, but for 2 are developed, 1 has begun development. They're mostly undeveloped, and the thinking was to get ahead of it now, address it now, would really be a very efficient way to resolve not only the current matter which was dealt with, but getting ahead of all these other ones which will be coming back to the board if it's not dealt with. So I wanted to give the board that introduction. Thanks, staff. And I look forward to the work yet to be done, because it's going to have a significant impact in this community. And I think it's just really good, proactive, and excellent work. So thank you very much again.
You're on mute, Chair.
Thank you, Director Olbrich. Do we have any other questions? I don't have access to the panel, so if there's any there, Chair Pendergraft, would you please inform me? Seeing none at this point, we'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? I see none. Motion carries. Thank you. Next item C, Kevin Atkinson presentation. PIO, would you care to do the introduction, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to introduce Kevin Atkinson. Kevin's going to move up into the center of the room here, and he does have some slides that he's going to use to present on. So Danny will get those up and onto the board for you. Mr. Atkinson is an experienced bylaw professional, and he came to us only a couple months ago with the board's approval of the COVID funding. So this is one of the officers that we brought in order to help us with the backlog. Bylaw enforcement has become a real issue of interest for the board over the last couple of years. And we certainly are experiencing an influx of complaints and concerns and suggestions that our limited staff have struggled under over the past couple of years. So Mr. Atkinson has really helped out as far as moving some of these files forward. So while they get the slides up, Kevin is ready to speak, so we'll turn it over to him.
Yeah, we're not.
There we go.
For a second.
So for 17 years, started that one working?
Now you're
we
working,
go.
sir.
All right. Where was he here? Government, and I've been in local government for 19 years, soon to be starting my 20th year. So have done all of my local government and bylaw enforcement. So have a lot of experience with the Local Government Act and the Community Charter. And so just wanted to give you a little, a light presentation on what bylaw enforcement is all about. So sometimes we're sluice, sometimes we're measuring the grass and, is the grass too long? We've got to make sure it's cut properly. Not too bad of an unsightly premise. Barking dogs and noise complaints are just some of the things that we deal with. What does bylaw enforcement look after? We look after zoning. We look after building. We look after noise, land use, dog tags, and unsightly premise. These are just the highlights of what we do. There are a lot of other issues that we work behind the scenes with other staff to assist them in doing their jobs. We are, and some organizations, we're called community safety officers. We are mediators. We are dealing with people that are having issues, so we try and mediate that problem to get a voluntary compliance with the two of them. We're educators. We educate the public about the bylaws to make sure that they understand what they can and what they are not able to do. We're also ambassadors for the RDOS. When we're out in the streets, we may get asked questions by the public, and we advise them on where they can go and get that answer, who to speak to. We are listeners. People call in, they want to express their frustration with the RDOS or about a particular issue or what's going on in the regional district. So we listen to those concerns. We liaison with our police, our fire departments, our emergency operations center, just to name a few. Public relations. If there's a booth to be opened up and you're doing a presentation to the public or something, we can be there to man that booth to represent the RDOS. We are complaint takers. That is one of our primary tasks. So people call in, and sometimes a simple complaint can take 30 minutes before you get all the information onto a piece of paper. But that is what we do, making sure that we are serving the customer and making sure that they are heard and listened. We are enforcement officers as well, but that is only one small portion of what we do overall. We are also a friendly face. A little bit of self-promotion here. That is me. I was in a coffee shop in another life, another job. Woman came in with 2 babies and a buggy trying to order her coffee and get her coffee to the table. I asked, do you want me to hold the baby? She said, sure. And for the next 20 minutes, I had a guest sitting with me at my table. So that is public relations. That is PR. That is what we do. What we do, we listen to the complaints. When people call in, they don't really know what they're complaining about. So you must ask the questions, drill down. What is the actual concern? And sometimes they call in expecting to complain about one thing, but they're actually complaining about another. So that's just getting the proper information and getting that complaint written down and so you can deal with it. We try and educate both parties. Try and let them know this is what you can do and this is what you can't do. But we're representing both parties, so we kind of walk a fine line. People are allowed to do certain things in their property, and we're not going to persuade them from not doing those things, but sometimes the neighbors don't like it. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do with those kind of concerns, and we try and educate them both. Most of the time, we leave them unhappy, which is a compromise. Ensure the complaints are legitimate. There are times when neighbors will call in and they want to make sure they're trying to use us as a weapon to try and get back to a neighbor, get back at them for some wrong or for some slight. So we want to make sure that we are not being used for that. That's not what our jobs are. Want to go? That's okay. We work with all departments within the RDOS to gain compliance. So a building might be having an issue with a file. How are we supposed to persuade this person to come in and speak with us to comply with the building regulations or with zoning or property use? Bylaw enforcement can give those ideas of what we can do. We can nudge them in certain directions. And by working together, we're combining our resources, which makes us a more effective unit. Working with the property owners to get them into compliance. That is always our goal. Our goal is to do voluntary compliance. We want that at all times, but we are not afraid to move forward to the enforcement portion of our toolbox if needed. Bylaw enforcement needs to be unbiased. We have to be professional at all times. We have to be ethical. What I mean by that is if my mother-in-law was to call up and say my neighbor is doing something wrong, I can't take that complaint. I must pass that complaint over to somebody else. That is being part of being ethical. Knowledgeable. We have to be knowledgeable on a number of topics. More importantly, we need to be knowledgeable on where to send a question. If you don't know the answer, tell the complainant that you will get them that answer or put them on to the right person who can. Razor Reader program. One of my fellow officers, we spent a lot of time in schools doing public community service work, letting everybody know that we're part of your community. And those Razor Reader people that are sitting there, they are our future leaders. So we need to educate them on who we are. Bylaw officers need to ask themselves 3 questions regularly. Excuse me, I'm just going to get some water here. Much better. We must ask ourselves 3 questions regularly. Is what I'm doing legal? is it within the realm of the community charter or local government act, what you're doing? If it's not, you're out of the sandbox. Morally correct. Sometimes you need to look at a problem and go, it's not going to really fit into our box. So, but we do need to deal with it. So you have to look at the moral issues around a problem. Ethically, once again, I get back to my mother-in-law. How can you tell I've had experience with that one? So you need to be ethically correct. So you need to ask those 3 questions. If you can answer yes to all 3 of those questions, you can move forward with the file. If you answer no to 1 or more of those questions, you need to stop and think about what you're doing, and maybe you have to remove one of the problems in that question. What is the role of the board? What is your role in all of this? Pass bylaws, pass policies and procedures, represent the public who have elected you, be unbiased and neutral. And I know that everybody here wants to make our communities better, and it's hard sometimes not to get drawn in, but please resist doing that. You need to hear both sides of the issue. When somebody comes and knocks on your door or phones you, you're only hearing one side, and they're going to present that evidence in a way that's favorable to themselves. That's what we do. That we're people. That's what we do. And sometimes when you hear the other side, the facts aren't quite what they were represented to be. The other big thing is please don't take sides. You know how many times I've heard, well, I've spoken to Councillor so-and-so, or I've spoken to board member so-and-so, and they agree with me. So now you've put me on the defensive already. This, catching the bacon. This is a Korean pot-bellied pig. He got out of his yard. He was a domestic pet. Took 3 bylaw officers and 2 RCMP officers to capture this guy. We had a fun time getting him back to his owner. One of the members had a sandwich and led him back into his property, and everybody was happy. What does bylaw enforcement need from the board? Be supportive of your staff. Bylaw enforcement is seen most of the time as the bad guy. We're the mean regional district. We're coming out and imposing our will on these individuals. We're not. We're enforcing the rules and regulations that you as a board have passed and are expecting us to enforce fairly and equitably. Sorry, can't speak. If you have questions about an active file, ask the CAO. The CAO will send your questions to bylaw, and we will answer the CAO. The CAO will receive our answers, and then we'll pass those answers on to all of the board. If a question comes in, we share that information with all the board members, so everybody's on an equal footing. Your bylaw staff work hard to remain neutral, to remain impartial, work with the affected parties and try and come to some sort of resolution. Make our communities a better place to live. We have our rules and regulations that you as a board have implemented, and it's our job to make sure that the residents are following those rules the majority of the time. And we're at questions.
Thank you,
Please.
Mr. Atkinson. Questions from the floor?
We've got Director Gettler.
Director Bush?
Who's going first?
I acknowledged you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Kevin, for that. Okay. I don't know if this comes under bylaw enforcement or not, but I've had questions about,
Okay,
And then he'll ask you if you want to.
okay.
about, places to put, like feral horses and stuff like that, like pound places. And do we have that throughout the community, or do you know?
Refer that question to the CAO regarding feral horses and places to keep them.
Yeah, so we do those sporadically, and we don't really have a bylaw that allows us to enforce, but if it's of a community interest, like the example we have mostly is in West Bench, where the horses intrude onto the residential properties and break off sprinkler systems and that sort of thing. So I would say no, Director Bush, but you know, if there's something that we can work towards on a more pervasive basis, we'd be happy to undertake that.
Thank you, sir. Director Gettens, I heard your name, but I have no visuals on you, so. If you have a
Thank
question,
you. Thank you, Chair. I would like to know what your team is, how many bylaw officers we have on staff. And then I also wanted to know about the volume of work you're seeing, and is there an average amount of time it takes to address a concern? So when a citizen calls and puts in a complaint, would they hear from bylaw for the first time, like within a month or within a few months, or how does, like, just citizen expectation of how the system works once they put a complaint in?
Normally, what we try and do is a complaint comes in, there's a few things we have to do. First of all, we have to find out what area it's in, check the bylaws. Depending on what the complaint is, we may consult with building or we might consult with planning on what is allowed in those particular zones. Our goal is to get back to the individual within a week. And after a week, we'll acknowledge them with a phone call and with a follow-up letter saying, we've received your complaint. The complaint goes into the queue, and depending on what the priority is on that call, it may take another couple of weeks before you get to it. You might have something more important. And once you do get to that call, if something else more important happens, i.e. flooding and other things going on, the EOC opens up, that call will be put to the side and will perform other duties as required. But our goal is to get to it as quickly as possible, deal with it, and come to some sort of resolution. Usually, I would like to see 6 months or less. But right now, and your other question was how many officers do we have on staff? So we have 2 compliance officers, coordinators. We have 1 field officer who is on contract. So we do that between the 3 of us. Right now, we are quite busy. We're doing a lot of catching up on some older files, and we're being successful with those files. You're going to see some of those later today. So right now, there is a significant backlog, and that's why I was brought in to assist in doing that. We have been very successful. We've been closing a lot of older files and moving those through the system.
Thank you. So just for clarification, so 3 in the field and then 1, and then plus your role, or 3 total?
Pardon me, sorry?
So 3 officers in the field plus your role in the office, or?
No.
Maybe I'll take that one, Kevin.
Okay.
So right now we have a secretary and 1 bylaw enforcement coordinator, and they do the administrative side of it. And then we have SOS security that actually goes out into the field to deliver notices, really, and to do checkups. And then the coordinator does the report that comes up to the board or committee. We have Kevin as an additional just during the COVID period out of the funding that the board provided, but it is one of the program changes that you saw in your budget package, and I'm sure we'll talk about it again tomorrow. But there is such an extensive backlog in bylaw right now that that's why we're pushing to make this position permanent.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's a large area with not a lot of team, so that's why I was asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Director Knodel, we've got one here in the boardroom.
let's take Director Roberts. I know he had his hand up earlier.
Thank you to the chair. I have a question in regards to your own personal safety and handling a lot of these files. What's best practices in regards to support? A lot of times you're going into, as you've stated, disruptive situations, neighbors that aren't happy with each other. Is there something that you're doing in the moment, and is there something that you believe is a best practice that would facilitate safety in the field, dealing with these types of complaints?
So safety in the field, that depends a lot on the officer's experience. Everybody's comfort level is different. I'm one of the lucky ones. I did have a lot of my RCMP training, which I have now utilized in the field. And when you get out of the car, you're doing what you call a threat assessment. You're going through your mind. What am I seeing? What's causing me concerns? And if your spider senses tingle, trust them, and you walk away. There are training courses out there. You can train staff, so when they are going in cold, they know what they're walking. They can have at least a sense of what they're walking into. The other thing we do is history. One of the first things we do is check an address within our own system. And if there is a history, we read that history, and depending on what has happened, that also gives us a guide on how we need to proceed and move forward. Most of the time, we are going in cold, but it's all about your presentation. Hello, I'm so-and-so. This is who I am. Sorry to bother you. I'm here on a complaint. I'm trying to figure out if it's legitimate or not. It's talking. It's dealing with people. And that's where our real strengths can be or should be. And you need to just walk through it. If you're sensing that the complainant is getting upset, there's an opportunity to back out and say, you know what, if you give me your phone number, I'll phone you back in a couple of days and we'll arrange for a second appointment. There are lots of ways of doing that. Sometimes that works. Sometimes, no matter what you do, it's always going to go sideways on you. But you need to know when to walk away. And my job as a coordinator or a bylaw enforcement officer, my number one job is to go home at the end of the day. So I'm not here to be Superman. I do my job. And if there is a high enough threat assessment, we call the RCMP to keep the peace and come along with us so we can successfully do our jobs. And we try to do that as unintrusively as possible. But a lot of times people don't take it that way. They don't understand the legislation that allows us to be on their property, to do our investigation. And that's part of the education process. And that's all you can do is use all the tools in your toolbox and do your job and get out without causing as much disruption as possible.
Can I jump in on that, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
So the presentation that Kevin has made has been excellent. We should have been doing this at the board more often, but usually by the time that the board sees a bylaw file, we've been at it for years. We've been trying voluntarily to incent homeowners or residents to comply, either through fines or through constant letters or bylaw officers going out and checking on their properties. But eventually, when we come to the realization that we're not going to have an agreement with a property owner, then it's only fair that we offer that a property owner a fair and independent arbiter. And that's why we come to the board and ask either to put a section 302 notice on file or to take injunctive action, because that's the independent place where these matters can be resolved. And oftentimes, even that acts as an incentive in that once the board determines that we are going to follow up to seek compliance on a file, is that then incents the property owner to go ahead and come into compliance. So you are an important step in the whole regulatory enforcement process, but you are our last resort for us. We come to you only when we need to move forward, either with that incentive to take injunctive action or to actually go to injunctive action. If a property owner is then willing to talk to us or to come in and start working with us after the board has made a decision, then absolutely, we still try for voluntary compliance. We don't jump automatically into court in order to resolve these. We just want people to talk to us, and if we can't come to an agreement, then we have to provide them an opportunity to go for that independent opinion. So you're an important step, but you are our last resort for us.
Well said, that's exactly right. The coming to the board is our last resort.
Thank you, CAO Newell. There was a question from the panel.
Yeah. Go ahead, Director Holmes.
So I have two questions, if I may. One is, do you only respond to complaints of bylaws, or are there any files that you initiate on your own?
If there is a health and safety issue or a personal safety issue, then the legislation allows us to initiate a complaint without enforcement. There are also, if RDOS staff see a building being built without a building permit or construction in an environmentally sensitive area, then they can also initiate that enforcement action. Those are the very few items that we would be using that kind of authority, that power. Everything else is, you know, unless somebody's going to complain about it, we make a mental note of it, but we don't act upon it unless we get a complaint from a neighbor.
Okay, and just to follow up on that, so the the backlog we have, those are all complaints that haven't been investigated yet, or what is the backlog exactly?
So the backlog are complaints that, so the ones that I have seen are complaints that were legitimate. They become complicated, and with other complaints coming in, there are time constraints on one individual trying to deal with these complaints. Yesterday, I spent 6 hours working on a report. So when you juggle your time from report to field work to inspections, something has to give. And right now, that's what my purpose is right now, is to look at these old reports that are a year or older, that are substantially thick in thickness of the file. And it's my job right now to separate the wheat from the chaff and get down to the bare tacks, get that report done, get it on your agenda so you can review that, be the ultimate decision maker of what action we're going to be taking.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, can I just jump in on Director Holmes's question?
Oh, certainly, sir.
Yeah, so the other thing is, we, like Kevin indicated, we try and get compliance. So a lot of times when people are in non-compliance, they want to do the right thing. And when we talk to them, they are actively working with us to try and comply. And then either, especially like on an unsightly complaint, either they can't do the work themselves or it turns out to be more expensive. And we try and work with them as long as we can until we finally figure out they just aren't going to do it. And then we seek the board's opinion on whether we should go forward. And the only way that we can move forward on some of these complaints is through the courts. And that isn't our preference, believe me, but sometimes that is the last recourse.
And further on to that is our mantra in bylaw enforcement is compliance, compliance, compliance. We want you to be, we want our client to voluntarily comply. If I may you for just a moment, a file of an unsightly premise. The officers that were attending knew that something was up. It was a 70. Her yard had become unsightly. Through our investigation, we found that 6 months earlier, her husband had passed away. Did this problem fit the regular mold? No, it did not. Coming in with a heavy hand did not work. We went to our corporate officer. We asked for permission to think outside the box. They allowed us. Spoke to the client and informed her of what we were wanting to do. Got her permission. Went and talked to one of our local churches. Asked them to volunteer for the cleanup. The municipality paid for the bins and we paid the tipping fees. They came in with people to do the cleanup, but more importantly, they brought in people that were experiencing the same type of loss or had experienced it. And they sat down and had tea with her, talked with her. It took us 6 weeks to clean up the property. But at the end of the day, we never went back. She found friendship, support, and that was due to us thinking outside of the box. We are not these big, mean ogres. We don't want to harm anybody. Part of our job is to work with our public. You are our clients. And it's our job to peel back those layers and say, okay, there's an underlying issue here. We can't treat this one this way. Most of the time it's, hell no, it's my property. I'm going to do what I want to do. Pretty easy to deal with that. Anyways, that's my little antidote of one of many that we went out, thought outside the box, solved the problem, and never went back to the property.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? I cannot see the board in-house, so Chair.
Director Knodel, we have Director Obrick here.
Director Obrick, please, sir.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to thank the delegation for an excellent presentation. Very, very well done. I agree completely with your compliance mantra. The objective should be compliance. We should prefer a remedial approach as to a punitive one. Your story about the lady is beautiful, and thank you for that. I think that's good work. I have a tough question, and I know it's not an easy answer, but it speaks a bit to what Director Holmes said, discussions we have at the board table. I have a lengthy background. I'm a lawyer for over 35 years. You can imagine the kind of work I might have done, and as an RCMP, we would have a lot in common with the kind of issues we've dealt with. One of the challenges we have is discretion in terms of when at the bylaw enforcement level and at every stage that follows. And this is related, I think, to what you spoke to, where you want to ensure the complaint is legitimate. Sometimes people try to weaponize the process. Now, I've seen this. We've probably all heard threats in the work we've done. I've seen it in other jurisdictions, even when it's a complaint-driven, as Director Holmes spoke to, process. Most people don't want to complain, and that's a different issue. It's hard to complain against a neighbor, especially if you like them. You don't want to. That's a different issue. But when you're dealing with someone who has learned that they could weaponize this process, there's a lot of signs out there that are like mine. There's a lot of speeders, who, speeding's a good one, because why did they pick on me? There were 6 vehicles coming at the same speed and they only pulled me aside. I have my own opinion on some answers, but what I'm wondering from you, because of your experience, if you could speak just a little bit more to how you, as a group in bylaw enforcement, how you do that. It's got to be hard work to ensure a complaint is legitimate, was your comment. That's tough, and I imagine sometimes it's obvious, but other times it must be very difficult. So if you speak a little bit about that, I think rules are important. Enforcement isn't the goal. Compliance is. And most people comply without enforcement. Most people do. So, to say we don't have enforcement isn't a good reason not to have a rule. But back to my question, how do you deal with that when you're trying to ensure the complaint is legitimate? Thank you.
A short for the. Try and make it as condensed as possible. Every complaint is different. Every complainant is different. with you today could be different. You had a fight with your spouse last night. I don't know if you've just lost somebody. I don't know if you've got the flu. So there are a lot of, and this is where you need to use all the tools in your toolbox, you know, verbal judo, recognizing signs of what's going on. Is not to aggravate the situation. As it keeps going in and out on me here. So you get a complaint. The complaint. Determine. Sorry. Is it dying again? That one working? There it is.
Good.
So you use all your training. You go in there and you first of all, you're going to be looking at the complaint, and that starts when we have the complainant on the telephone. What's your concern? What do you so you're using those interviewing skills. So they might start off, oh, my neighbor's building this or doing this, and he's putting it too close to the property line. So, okay, well, when did this start? So then you get a little bit of the history. You might find out that through that interview process, which may take 30 minutes, that there's a neighborhood peeing match. You may also find out that this individual was wronged by somebody else. Doesn't make their complaint illegitimate, but it's a flag for you to realize, okay, this is a tit for tat thing here. So then the next step is to go out and verify the complaint. So you go out and you verify the complaint, and let's say the shed is too close to the property line. I'm going to use 1 meter, but let's say the shed was 36 inches. Am I really going to worry about 2 inches? That's where so that's where our powers of discretion come in, and we can go, look, you know what? This is, yes, it's a violation, but is it in the best interest of the organization to pursue this? The answer is no. So I go back to, is it legal? Is it moral? Is it ethical? If you say no to one of those, you need to stop and think. Morally, it's and ethically, it serves no purpose to make somebody move their shed 4 inches. The complainant is not going to like this. The neighbor's not going to like it because somebody's caught him with his hand in the cookie jar. So I'm going to make neither one of these people happy. And this is where we ask you to trust your staff, because you're going to get the phone call. That damn Kevin, he didn't do a damn thing for me, blah, 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 and he's going to tell you all these things. You talk to Bill, Bill talks to me, I send an answer, and hopefully that'll give you the bigger picture of what is going on. I hope I've addressed your question. I'm trying to keep my answers really short.
Chair Knodel, we've also got Director Monteith.
You go ahead, please, Director Monteith.
Test. Oh, there I am. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I learned a lot for sure. I took some screenshots because it's some good information to share. I just wanted to share a couple of things. So when you talk about verifying a complaint, I know we have a RCMP rural liaison officer, and I've had that officer call me and ask, hey, like, is this, Is there something brewing on the neighborhood, right? Those sort of things. And it's a good feel. So I do encourage you to utilize us as well, because sometimes I think we know our communities and we know what's kind of happening. And it's sometimes you're right. Sometimes it is a neighbor concerns and it's long standing. So just an access point for you. I do want to share that I think that the community does expect us to know sometimes that complaints have been received by the regional district and kind of, where they are in the actioning process as well. I get calls from people, they'll say, well, I put a complaint in 6 months ago, is anybody doing anything? And I find myself, I don't know, you'll have to call the RDOS office. And I hate that response. I hate having to say, passing it off to staff who sometimes they don't feel comfortable contacting. So I do appreciate a new face in the office because I think that might bring some confidence back from the community. So I do welcome you because I think that's a great step. But I do appreciate the hard work you do. I know it's not easy. And yeah, I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you very much. I think slightly differently than most people. I believe in customer service plus, plus, plus. You are my customers, the residents are my customers, and staff inside the building are my customers. It's my job to make their job easier. For lack of a humorous term, I'm the one that gets to herd the cats, not everybody else. So if I can take something off of planning's plate and incorporate it into my letter, but just by CCing them, I free up 20 minutes their day. I do that 3 times, that's 60 minutes. That's an hour he can be doing other planning things. That requires trust. And that trust has to be earned and built over time. I understand your question about 6 months. I started 9 weeks ago. I can't look behind. All I can do is look forward. And I'm encouraging the bylaw team to think differently. We are having success, but those are baby steps and it takes time. Over a period of time within, I'm going to say a year to 18 months, you will see a difference, but it takes time. First of all, we got to get rid of the backlog. Once we get rid of the backlog, now we're going to start changing some of our procedures, and we've already started changing some of those procedures. Just for the board's information, small claims court was a tool that was not being utilized. It is being utilized now. I brought that knowledge in, and we're being very successful. Our admin assistant is enjoying a new challenge of keeping these legal documents and getting them up and running. And we're being successful. We're getting payment on fines. We had over $3,000 in payments in the last 2 weeks. So that's using the tools to get compliance. But it will take time. And I can't speak to 6 months ago, but I can speak to today. And today we are doing things differently. That is my promise to you.
Thank you, sir. Our time is coming to an end. Are there any other questions from the floor before we step down?
I see none here.
Thank you. Mr. Atkins, I thank you very much. I do have a quick request from you. I do have an issue with bylaws that are totally discretionary, and I'd like to put some benchmarks on them in the future. But as our time is a little short here, perhaps I could talk to you later. I'll get your phone number from CAO Newell, and we can have a discussion and see whether, as a board, we can provide a little more better benchmarks in some of our bylaws that are a little bit questionable.
Sounds great. Look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. With that, I'll be looking for a motion to adjourn this meeting. Director Roberts, Director Robinson, all in favor? Any opposed? And I can't see the panel, so Chair Pendergraft.
No opposition.
Motion carries. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Chair Knodel. We'll move on to Protective Services, and I'll turn it over to Chair Roberts.
Thank you, Chair Pendergraph. I'd like to see a motion, if we could, for accepting the agenda for Protective Services. I see Director Knodel and Director Bush. All in favor? And as I'll have to ask again for Director Pendergraph to say if there's any negatives out there. Thanks. If I could now pass over to CAO Newell. Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the cameras that are on these. Okay, so we'll camera on each. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Chair. So our RCMP delegation is just getting organized at the front table. And as soon as they do, we'll just turn it over to Superintendent Hunter for introductions and then to lead us through the presentation on the Q3 report.
Thank you, and I'll be looking for assistance from Chair Pendergraph. It's quite difficult to see from here, so we'll move forward.
Will do.
Yeah, Daniel, just get your mics on, Brian.
Not yet.
They probably have to be turned on manually. Just bear with us. We're a new sound system that Danny's trying out today.
Test. There we go.
Test. Perfect. Thank you through to the chair for having us here today. I'm going to do some really quick introductions of who all is here. Of course, I'm Brian Hunter. I'm the officer in charge of the Penticton South Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Detachment. To my left is Sergeant Andrew Bayless. There are two senior NCOs at the Penticton Detachment that are liaison officers to our rural area. Sergeant Penny is on the other end there. She's also a liaison member. So Sergeant Penny is a liaison for Naramata and Kaleden, and Sergeant Bayless is the liaison for West Bench and OK Falls. We also have with us Sergeant Dave Preston in charge of Summerland Detachment, Sergeant Rob Hughes in charge of Princeton Detachment, Sergeant Don Rigglesworth in charge of Oliver, Sergeant Jason Beta in charge of Osoyoos, and Corporal Chad Parsons in charge of Karamias. I think what I'll do is I'll quickly go through Penticton City, Penticton Rural, and if there's any questions in relation to that, I'll certainly field those. I think it would be prudent to have Sergeant Hughes speak last today. I think there might be some discussions in relation to Princeton and highways and openings and that type of thing, and what we have to look forward to over the next several months. So real quickly, everyone has the numbers. I'm not going to go through all of the numbers in detail. Suffice to say, I had a detailed report with the City of Penticton earlier this week. Talked about some trends in Penticton. Break and enter businesses were up 35%. and the most frequent method of those break and enters was through glass doors and windows, followed by prying doors and windows open. The most frequently targeted business types were retail stores, followed by apartments and condo buildings. Shoplifting was up 36%. The most frequented shoplifting item was food. And I did mention that this particular quarter, Safeway was hit the hardest. All of our retailers are hit hard in our communities in regards to shoplifting and thefts to the tune of, within our communities, in total, hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's quite upsetting, you can imagine, to the retailers, and we all pay for that in the prices of our food. Mischief reports increased 34% in the city of Penticton. 47% were related to social disorder issues with unwanted persons and that type of thing. So for Penticton rural, you'll notice that mischief has increased 126%. The majority of those are, once again, social disorder, unwanted persons, homelessness, mental illness, drug use, that type of thing. But if you look at the numbers, I know there's a percentage increase of red in some of these, but we're talking going from 3 up to 4, 7 up to 9, 1 up to 3. So the total crime for the period for the rural area is actually down 9% from 2020. We have separated the statistics for Naramata, Kaleden, and OK Falls. The numbers are very, very low with all of those communities, but certainly if there's some questions in relation to those communities, myself, Andrew, or Carmen can answer those. I just want to touch briefly, we all know there was another violent incident that occurred in Naramata during this last while. And I just want to reassure everyone here and the community that if you're not involved in the drug subculture, drug trafficking, and those types of things, you have no worries. You are safe. This is the drug subculture that we're dealing with. These are very complex investigations. As you know, we had 3 homicides earlier as well. We have teams in Vancouver, Kelowna, our team, Combined Forces Special Enforcement Unit, the Gang Task Force, multiple agencies are engaged in these investigations. And I just wanted to mention that. Recently, there was a robbery at the Esso in OK Falls. At my presentation at the City of Penticton on Tuesday, I really talked about video surveillance and the importance of video surveillance in businesses and your own personal property. Once again, that robbery in OK Falls, we know who the players are. That will get solved. There will be arrests on that due to video surveillance. Video surveillance is very, very important. There's many files within the City of Penticton that have been solved with video surveillance, and it is such a valuable tool for the police. And I encourage anyone with a business or even on your personal property to engage in the installation of video surveillance. It's fairly reasonably priced nowadays. You can get some complete packages that are not that expensive and have them installed. Lastly, I just want to talk, I spoke at the City of Penticton Council meeting real briefly on the Section 56.1 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act that the province has applied for an exemption and to decriminalize small quantities possession of hard drugs. And in typical fashion, I started the conversation, and it holds true that the police work with our partner agencies in the care and concern for our most vulnerable citizens, our most vulnerable clients who are often suffering from addictions, and we want to do everything we can to help them through that. Charging these vulnerable people who are suffering from a medical crisis, charging them with simple possession of drugs has not been a thing that we've done for quite some time. There's no public interest in that. And that often doesn't get reported in the media, how we feel about this and how we're trying to help our most vulnerable people. The issue I have with the legislation being presented is one of the big factors that we talk about is there's nothing in the proposed legislation for the police to deal with open use of hard drugs. And real simply put, you can take alcohol. If we're doing a foot patrol and we come across somebody consuming alcohol or they're having a gathering, we can seize that alcohol, we can destroy it, we can hand out fines, we can hold them to account. Currently, if somebody is open use of drugs, we are certainly going to take possession of those drugs. We're not going to be charging them. We're going to check on their wellness, make sure everything's going okay, get them some supports if that's an option at that time. With the new proposed legislation, there is zero authority for the police to deal with open use of drugs. And what I mean by that, anywhere in public, they can openly be using drugs, and there's no mechanism to do anything about that by the police. And I have a concern with that. Furthermore, just the quantity of 4.5 grams, that's a fairly significant amount of drugs, and I use the example that's 45 hits of fentanyl. So you can imagine there's a potential opportunity for drug traffickers to take advantage of this, and they could have lots of their contracted employees to go around with just under 4.5 grams and assist them with trafficking drugs. So those are some of the concerns as well. The legislation. There is no legislation that's dealing with treatment and rehabilitation of our most vulnerable clients or a safe drug supply, anything like that. So those are my concerns as it has been presented, and I just wanted to share that with everyone. So that's a snapshot of Penticton and Penticton Rural, and certainly if there are any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you, Superintendent Hunter. Is there any questions? I can't see Chair Pendergraph. Is there anybody there in the?
Yes, Director Vasilaki has his hand up.
Okay, Director Vasilaki, if you ask a question, thanks.
There we go. Thank you, Superintendent Hunter. I know you presented the same issues at the city on Tuesday, and I know we had lots of questions, but one question I wanted to ask, and other items came into the picture and I forgot all about it. You were talking about the theft of food or shoplifting in supermarkets. That shoplifting, is that because those folks that are breaking the law are hungry, or they're actually shoplifting for resale in order to take care of their habit?
Thank you, and through to the chair. There's a combination of reasons out there of why shoplifting occurs. The majority of the reasons are people don't have any money, and once again, we're dealing with a lot of our vulnerable clients out there. That said, there are some high-priced items out there, believe it or not, meat and cheese and vitamins that have a high value that do get shoplifted and sold so they can feed potentially some of their other habits through shoplifting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Hunter.
Director
is there anyone
Center
else?
in the boardroom?
Director, thank you. Director Sentes?
Question that I had the other night, Superintendent, and didn't get to ask it. I so appreciate your insight onto where the province is proposing to go. So it's still in the proposal state. So that what I'm wondering is, do we have the opportunity to reply? Like, you made me aware, and I think all of our council aware of some of the intricacies of consequence. That I was not aware of. I would expect a lot of our community isn't aware of. Can we write to that point, and to whom would it go?
That's great question, and through to the chair. Everyone has a right to provide their opinion, and certainly through a letter. And so my suggestion is that, and you're not the only municipality that has done this, and as to exactly who it should go to, I think you and I can have a side discussion on that and how effective, the best effective way to do that.
Thank you.
We have Director Monteith in the boardroom as well.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Monteith.
Hello? Oh, thank you. I just wanted to thank you all for everything you do, because I know it's a dangerous role. My community appreciates, I represent Culleton, Twin Lakes, St. Andrews, and Apex. So my community appreciates when they see you do a tour through. I know that driving and doing patrols isn't the new thing, but when you are present, they notice. So I appreciate that opportunity for my communities. I do have concerns sort of brewing from Apex, where they're not feeling that they're getting a lot of attention up there. And they are sort of isolated. And by the time they call for help, it's 45 minutes before somebody can get there, just distance and availability. So, you know, I know it's a long way to go, but impact up there would be to have somebody tour there as well. So I appreciate that opportunity. My community of Culleton has a lot of concerns about Highway 97 and the speed of traffic, people turning off to go to, you know, Doug's Homestead or Petro-Canada. How do we move forward with some mitigation methods there? Because, you know, it's a lot of close calls, And as locals, we all know that, but not everybody's paying attention. So I've spoken to MOTI, I've asked for some support, and I haven't got any traction. So I guess I'm just looking for some guidance on some ideas on what we could do as a community who very actively feel that we need to do something.
Thank you, and through to the chair. I agree with you. Not just close calls. We've had incidents there, several actually, in the past several months. So myself, Sergeant Ryan McLeod, he's in charge of the Karamias Highway Patrol. So we're working with him, and traffic through there is going to become a significant provincial highlight in the weeks and months to come, with the exorbitant amount of traffic that's going to be coming through there. So it's bad without the traffic. So I think we are going to have an opportunity here to work with MOTI, myself, and Karamias BC Highway Patrol to get together as mutual partners in wanting to ensure safe roadways there. So I'm actually looking forward to that over the coming months, and I'll keep you updated on that.
Thank you, Superintendent Hunter. I have a quick question before I because of course I can't see anybody else out there. In regards to video surveillance, is there education or places that the public can go look, you know, placement, rights and responsibilities in regards to video surveillance? Because I'm assuming that there is a right way to do it and there's a wrong way. Thank you.
And thank you for the question. You know, connecting through our community policing unit, and we have an expert there in crime prevention through environmental design, and video surveillance is part of that. And just hearing you, and I've heard others over the past couple of weeks, I think we have an opportunity to reach out through to the media, the RCMP, in what our recommendations would be in that regard. And that's something that I'm going to follow up with.
Thank you very much. And if I don't hear anything else coming from the hall there, I would like us to maybe pass it back to you, Superintendent Hunter, and you can move through the rest of your panel.
Thank you. And not necessarily in the same order as your sheets, but I think you guys are pretty good. You did put it in order. Although we'll go down in order. We're going to go to Summerlin next with Sergeant Preston, but like I said, we are going to save Sergeant Hughes to the end. Just a few extra things are happening in Princeton. So over to you, Dave.
Thank you, sir, and welcome to the board. Okay, Summerland, we still continue to experience, in terms of year-to-date calls for service volume-wise, we still are at a 10% increase year-to-date, It is better than where we were at before. Quarter two was, we were at 23% increase of calls. And quarter one, we're at 20%. So we're definitely, you know, that is going in the right direction in terms of calls for service. But I can say this quarter we were, for the first time, we experienced a decrease in our calls for service. So that definitely helped out. Our year-to-date increase for property crime went from 36% down to 19% increase. But for the quarter in itself, it was only a 1% increase. So that is that's looking a little bit better. B&Es in our area, there was one number that did stand out was the B&Es other. But in general, the break and enters was, for the most part, contributed to one individual. There was one particular business that experienced 4 of these break and enters in a matter of 3 days. This individual that was responsible for it was arrested, and he's currently incarcerated. And as mentioned, this person was probably accounted for the majority of these break and enters. So with him incarcerated, I do anticipate the numbers for the next quarter to definitely look much better. Crime against person, that did increase 23% this quarter. We did have a number of calls pertaining with one particular residence. That residence has now, with the help of, it was initiated from the landlord, has now gone over to the sheriff's department, and they've successfully evicted that person. So hopefully that will curb that, some of those calls. And let's see if there's anything else I noted here. We're still, I mentioned, touched on this previous meeting, that many of sort of our increases have been as a result of kind of me stepping in and trying to capture as much data as we possibly can. So maybe in 2-3 years or 3 years prior, there was maybe not a call that was generated or was not in the past, has now been, you know, it's generated as a file and is generated as calls for service. So that's going to take a while to sort of stabilize and see more of a kind of a more of a stabilized stat. So, and that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions? I gather if there isn't any more and there's none on the floor, we can carry on. Superintendent Hunter, thank you.
Thank you. And I think we'll see if one of those mics work down there. We're going to turn it over to Sergeant Don Rigglesworth and Oliver Detachment.
Check. That's good. Well, thank you. I have the quarter 3 stats in front of me, as you all do. As Superintendent Hunter mentioned, there's some big numbers, big red areas, and sometimes those numbers look a little bit deceiving when you have your bicycle theft going from 2 bicycles to 4 bicycles, causing a 100% increase. With that being said, those owners of those bicycles, they don't want their bike stolen. It doesn't matter whether it's 1 or if it's 20. And it's just a reminder. I want to get out to the public, just a reminder to lock your property up, be conscious of what's out there. We have, sorry, I'm not used to the mic. I just trying to figure out exactly where to put it. Looking at the property crime, a number of the thefts from vehicles and mischiefs to property can be attributed to a single person who is a mainstay in our community, and we notice when he departs for 2 or 3 days, our calls dip and then he's back. He is a community member where his mother works and lives in the community, but this individual has serious mental health issues and addiction issues. Kind of a gentle giant that's known in town, but he makes his way up the highway into Okanagan Falls, and then all of a sudden there's a spike there of thefts from vehicles. And the pursuit of charges, although the attempts are there by our officers, the minor offenses very often, the victim will even interact with this person, and his nature is so gentle and apologetic, there's nothing to pursue. With that being said, we do have this individual on some conditions where he stole a car that was unlocked, had the keys in it, and he went for a joyride and caused significant damage to that vehicle, some other vehicles. Freely admitted it, but he is on some conditions, so we're starting to have a little bit of control over him, and he will be brought before the courts. And this is a pattern that happened a few years ago in Penticton, where the same individual came across a car, had keys in it, smashed up that car in Vernon, and jail's not the answer for him. It's definitely help, mental health help and treatment, but we are able to direct him to the courts, unfortunately, when his actions cross that line. So it's a little bit frustrating for all of us. Speaking with Director Knodel about some of these stats, the big concerns that I see is the increase year to year of domestic violence, assault with weapons. A lot of these are out of the police control, but what is within our control is to make sure that victims of domestic violence are comfortable coming to us and reporting to us. So I'm never concerned about the numbers that are reported to us, because I want people to come and report. These things happen in a community. I'm not sure what I can do as a detachment commander to lessen domestic violence other than be supportive for those individuals. We have a very active victim services base that helps these individuals, and they're constant in court with them and following up with them. Year to year, there's lots of green. It feels good. And I just want to touch briefly on our annual performance plan goals. One of the biggest issues since I arrived in Oliver almost a year ago to the day were constant emails to the town and to myself, or phone calls from community members about speeders within the town, but also in rural areas. Willowbrook, White Lake Road, a wonderful touring area for people in cars. It's a beautiful road, but some people like to drive way too fast. Tuckanuit Road, same thing. So we've had a focus from my detachment, constables, but also with assistance from the traffic section that Sergeant McLeod supervises out of Karamias, to increase the stops of vehicles. It's not always going to be a ticket, but we issued in the first, I guess between the second and third quarter, 250 violation tickets, just with the constables alone within Oliver Detachment, which was a big increase from the previous years. And I have noticed in the last month and a half, those complaints from the public have dropped, but it's going to be a constant battle, and working together with the community to get people to slow down a little bit. We do have a jail within the Oliver Detachment area. It creates work for us. There's every assault that happens within the institution is reported. Not all of them require a big, thorough investigation. A lot of times it's reported for their purposes so that there is a file number generated. I recently met with the deputy warden and assistant deputy warden, just coming up with our contingency plans, working together on some training and familiarizing ourselves with their inner workings and also the layout, just little fine points. Do our radios communicate from inside the big thick walls of the jail? Little things like that. So it's a lot of extra little things that I did not anticipate or even think about, not being familiar with jails before transferring to Oliver. I tend to go on a little much, so I'm just going to stop it right there.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions for Sergeant Wigglesworth?
We've
I
got
see
Director
Director
Johansson too.
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to make one point. One of the things that Sergeant Wigglesworth and I talked about were the theft from vehicles. 68% of the theft from vehicles involved were from the exterior of the vehicles, predominant license plates. So it's not all what it sounds like. Other than that, I'd like to thank Sergeant Wigglesworth for an outstanding job in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Johansson.
Thank you, Chair. I just echo Director Knoll's comments. Thanks, Don. Yeah, I think you're having a positive impact in the community of Oliver and the rural area. My only question was just wondering what mischief to property is, what kind of activities that category involves.
If it's at a residence, somebody's house itself, it could be teens walking by and kicking boards out of a fence. It could also be carded as mischief if a person has a drunk guest over there that they don't want there anymore and they want them removed. Very often we get these phone calls, and by the time we arrive, the person knows that the police have been called and they've already departed. And we have the conversation that maybe you shouldn't have them over because this is a pattern. They're graffiti. We don't see it that often, but it's just a wide range, and very often it captures a wide array of offenses. You can't cause a disturbance on your own property, but it could be mischief. Maybe the neighbors aren't enjoying their property because you're playing your music too loud. So it covers an area where you don't see mischief before the courts too often, but we do want to score a file with if there is a criminal offense that has taken place, a little bit higher than the bylaw level.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for that. Now, was it Director Bush? Was that a hand earlier that you had up? No? All right, thank you. If we don't see anybody else or anything from the floor that I cannot see there, we'll move it back to Superintendent Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to move over to Sergeant Jason Beta to talk all things Osoyoos.
Thank you, everyone. Check. There we go. Thank you, everyone, for having us here. I appreciate the time to be able to go through our stats with you. So Osoyoos, we've been fortunate over this last, or through Q3 to see crime in general drop. Q3 of this year compared to last year, we saw, still there? Yeah. Sorry. Percent. You hear me the whole time? Good. So yeah, so again, I'll say that again, 38% reduction in crime from Q3 this year to Q3, and that's in violent crime. Year to date, we've seen a reduction over last year of 31%. One of the things that I think needs to be pointed out in for the Q3 in Osoyoos was we had the wildfires throughout Oliver and Osoyoos, and one of the things that that affected is the number of visitors we had to our community. The summertime is a very busy time for us, and that's where we usually get the majority of our calls in the year. But this year, with less visitors, certainly we had a considerable drop in the number of calls for service, almost 300 compared to last year's Q3. So that's going to certainly have an effect on the stats. Property crime continues to be our number one calls for service, and you know, when we look at the stats here, mischief to property, as Sergeant Rigglesworth said, it's a lot of this is tenants not getting along with each other or having a guest over that they're having a difficult time removing from their residence. So a lot of those stats showing up are things like that. In general, again, Q3, we're looking really good across the board. But I take the good right now, knowing that next quarter we're probably going to have some higher stats. We did have the double fatality in Osoyoos a couple of weeks ago. That'll be reflected on this, and we also had several break and enters at and a robbery at one of our gas stations. As Superintendent Hunter said, regarding the OK Falls robbery, that suspect has been identified, and that is the same person that committed one in Osoyoos as well. So, and also committed one in Oliver and throughout the Okanagan. So, this person again has been identified. We're hoping to do an arrest here shortly and be able to curb what's been happening there. So, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Anything there from the hall director, Pendergraph?
Oh.
Okay, well, I'll move it back
Director
to...
McCordoff has a question.
Okay, thank you. Director McCordoff.
Thank you. I don't have a question. I just want to thank all of you for being here today, and especially Sergeant Beta for coming up with all the green on the chart. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Perfect. We'll go back to Superintendent Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to turn it over to Corporal Chad Parsons to talk about Karamias.
Thank you for having me here today. So I'm going to go over the stats for the third quarter. Overall, they're looking fairly good. Total calls of service were down 24%. Going to the red here, so assaults, that was up 86%. Again, it's the small numbers that show the big increases. It went from 7 to 13. I looked into those. 77% of those assaults were people that were known to each other, and 77% also involved alcohol and drugs. We had a 100% increase in our bicycle thefts, and again, that's from 2 to 4. And 3 of those bikes were bikes that were not locked up, so just a crime of opportunity. And actually, one of those bikes counts for 2 of those stats. So police recovered that bike, and a day or 2 later, it was stolen again, not locked up. So it is important to lock up the bikes. Like if they're not locked up, it doesn't matter where you are. It's just an opportunity for somebody to grab it. One of these bikes, the owner was just sitting not too far away, and somebody jumped on it and rode off. There was little that he could do. Our highest call for service remains traffic. We had 60 calls for the third quarter, and I'm expecting with Highway 3, with the traffic increasing on that number is probably going to go up quite a bit for the next quarter. Overall, for criminal code files, we were down 18%. We had 99 criminal code files for the third quarter. So I'm open for any questions that anyone might have.
Thank you, Corporal Parsons. I'd like to ask a question, and if I may take the advantage of being there, but I think that's out of order, so I should probably look to see if there's anyone else.
Director Bauer as well.
Order? Director Bauer? Okay. Director Bauer should go first.
One quick question on the online reporting, online crime reporting. Is there a big uptake? And if not, can we do some more awareness to the public so they have an idea that it even exists? Because I think that, I mean, we put it on our village website, but not everybody is reading that every day. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I agree. I think there's more that we can do to let people know about the online reporting. I think I've only seen 1 or 2 online reports in Karamia since I've been there. So I think we can be utilizing that more than what we are.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions other than my own for Corporal Parsons?
Director Obrick?
Okay, thank you. Director Obrick.
Thank you to the chair, and I just want to say thank you to all of you for the excellent work. The information is really appreciated. Especially thank you to Sergeant Bayless for the work you're doing and staying in touch. It means a lot to us. I have an odd question, and I hope somebody can help with an answer. I really appreciated Director Johansson's question about mischief to property, and it caused me to think of this question. We've had a mysterious disappearance of bolts in the trestle bridge, many, over 100. And this is odd. In the community, we don't know why, we don't know who would do it, why they would do it. So 2 questions. The first is, has that even been brought to your attention? And then secondly, whether it has or has not, do you have any thoughts on who would do that, why they would do that? It just seems odd that somebody would take that many bolts out of a trestle bridge.
Thank you for the question, Director Holbright. I don't know why someone would do that. We can definitely talk after about a way to maybe help prevent or deal with that situation. And it hasn't been brought to my attention that I know of, so we can definitely talk after and try to help you out with that.
Okay, well, thank you. And I'd like to go back to Corporal Parsons. My question for you is, and I understand, of course, with our recent situation, an emergency that's going to be keeping Sergeant Hughes very busy. My question is, have you seen of late, or do you expect an increase in workload, specifically because like the community of Headley is somewhat cut off from Princeton, and Princeton is very busy. I'm wondering whether or not you're anticipating an uptake in regards to your stats, regards to maybe having to do a little bit more in Headley with Princeton being very busy.
Well, we certainly would help out Princeton in the event if they needed assistance in Headley. As of right now, we haven't seen an increase, but that doesn't mean down the road, if they're busy, that we wouldn't see that increase.
Okay, well, and thank you very much, and thank you for letting us park our ambulances out of the floodplains behind your detachment. If there's no other questions for Corporal Parsons, we'll pass it back to Superintendent Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Prior to turning the mic over to Sergeant Hughes, and this will be a discussion point, I'm sure, afterwards, I want to tell the board our plan moving forward, and you mentioned about traffic and extra work for the members. I can tell you, and I think we all know this, Highway 1 and 5, we're talking magnitudes of months before those highways are open. Highway 3 will be the main corridor of traffic. It is completely unreasonable for our local detachments to manage that volume of traffic coming through Princeton, Karamia, and certainly heading in through 3A on 97 and that intersection and up through Penticton. With that, I can tell you that our commanding officer has engaged BC Highway Patrol that their mandate for the short term will include everything Highway 3, including enforcement, traffic control, which will allow our regular members to continue working with our communities and policing our communities and not have to worry about the traffic component, because it's going to be significant. I just want to ensure everybody here that those resources will be deployed to all of Highway 3 to manage that extra work. Will we get extra calls for service in Princeton just because of the sheer volume of people stopping for lunch and those types of things? You bet. Karamias, you bet. Penticton, you bet. But managing that highway will be the responsibility of BC Highway Patrol, and I'm very thankful about that. I just wanted to let everyone know. And with that, I'll turn it over to Rob to talk about some statistics in Princeton, and certainly I think we're going to have some discussions on the events from this week and moving forward. Over to you, Rob.
There we are. So I'd like to start to say thank you to the chair and to the board for having us. Again, I know our time is running out here, so I'll try and be quick. One thing I'd like to just before is a little bit out of my lane, but just to address Director Oberich's question about the bolts coming out of the trestle. It's the first thing that popped into my mind is most likely the washers. They're very decorative, they're very expensive, and I would expect that's probably where those are going. They're being sold. Somebody's found a market for them and stealing them and selling them. People's like posted beam pergolas and things like that, they bolt them together, use those washers. They're quite nice. So that's where I think that's going. So just an assumption, but that's what I think. So going to, for instance, numbers, 620 calls for service. Getting back to the whole traffic thing that's going to be coming through town here soon. Our top 10 calls for service, traffic incidents, MBIs, and a lot of the hazardous situations are traffic related, things that we're responding to. So that totals to 165 of our total of 620 files for the quarter. So traffic obviously is a big concern for us. It's the reason why it's one of our priorities in our APP. Going to the numbers, sex offenses for the quarter are up to, which shows 100%, which is always a concern. What we said before, and this will ring true for quite some time to come. We're trying to get the public to be more comfortable with reporting. I don't know per se if there's more incidents occurring. A lot of these, about half of these usually are historical. So as much as we want to see that number at zero, we also want the public to be more comfortable in reporting. So we're seeing that. That being said, we're down year to date for the over last year, we're down 1. Moving on to domestic crimes, that kind of goes, domestic crimes and uttering threats are both down. Our Corporal Richmond has implemented the prolific offender program kind of on the assistance of Penticton. And these numbers going down are mostly because of one person. And you'll see those numbers go down last quarter as well. He's been in jail for about most of the last 6 months. So when he comes out, we're expecting these numbers to go up a little bit until we can get him back. So break-in enters, a lot of these break-in enters are from Eastgate. Some of them are related to the fire evacuations and people coming up from Chilliwack. And it doesn't take long. They go through 2 or 3 houses. It takes a few weeks for the people to show up and check their residence, and these things come up. So very small group of people causing a very large problem. Our frauds are up. Most of those are online situations and phone scams. So we're doing our best to educate the public. Every time we get, a couple of them run through, we liaise with the local media and put a little release out, and then we see an immediate drop, and then comes a little spike where these things get out of control a little bit. That being said, the numbers aren't astronomical, and they are down year to date. Where are we at here? Theft from vehicles. Most of the theft from vehicles are either license plates or unlocked vehicles. We do the media releases and try and get people to lock their property. It's very important to do that. I don't know what the solution is for stolen plates. They're, the way that they attach to vehicles, it's more, you know, ICBC may have to step up and change how that's done. There is theft deterrent bolts that people can get, but it's not, there's going to be an advertising campaign for that to try and get that out. And unless it's locked, somebody will try and steal it. I don't want to relish or bathe in the success of all this green too much, because it can't keep going down every quarter in Princeton. It's going to, it will come back up at some point. I do anticipate a rise in domestic violence and a little bit of the violent crime type of thing on the shirt tails of the evacuation. People with stress levels, typically these crimes go up a little bit. Domestic violence seems to rise. We saw that at the onset of COVID when people were stuck in their homes together. So we're going to have a large number of people stuck in hotels and stuck in halls and displaced and staying with friends. So I do anticipate a rise next quarter for that. So that's what I have for stats. Moving on to the flood situation in Princeton. I think Mayor Coyne was on, I saw there a minute ago. Amazing job by the city, by the township, ESS, everything that they've implemented, the measures that they've done. Tulameen Fire Department, it's an absolutely amazing job, true unsung heroes. They don't get the recognition that they deserve, as well as our GSAR doing, you know, late night evacuations. Staff Sergeant Bob Vadamanek out of Penticton has been managing a bunch of the logistics with RDOS, so that's taken a lot of the pressure off of Princeton itself from the policing point of view. So thank you to him. Moving forward, I'll try not to get into too much of the logistics of the city unless somebody has a question. I'm more than happy to answer it. But moving forward, as Superintendent Hunter said, the challenge is going to be traffic. It's anticipated to be months at least for Highway 1 and the Coquihalla to open up. So every piece of traffic moving from the Lower Mainland to anywhere else in the country is going to be coming through our two-lane uncontrolled intersection. And we saw in the summertime when the Canyon and the Coquihalla closed down, we did get a little bit of a preview of what's going to happen there. So thank goodness that happened and we were able to work through it, and we've got some ideas. Modi is engaged. They have been to town looking at it, what we're going to do. It's not a secret. We know it's coming. We do have support from all the way up to E Division for resources. BC Highway Patrol. Sergeant Ryan McLeod out of BC Highway Patrol Karamias is already engaged with Modi, and we know what's coming. I think we're getting ahead of it already. This is all just brand new. This just came down Sunday, and most of this week has just been triage and figuring out what we're doing and disaster management. So I wish I had more information for you, but it's still pretty new. So if anyone has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you, Sergeant Hughes. Is there a question for Sergeant Hughes? On the board table, anybody there? Oh, I see Director Coyne. He's
okay, thanks. Bye. Sorry about that. I'm trying to do way too many things at once here. I just want to say thank you to RCMP for all the support they've given us over the last, I don't know how many days it is, since Sunday, I guess, so 4 days ago. Rob and his team are amazing. They're there when we need them, and I want to thank you again for that. And we're going to have some challenges coming up, and Sergeant Hughes and I have already talked about it. So we might be reaching out for some more support for him if we are still in evacuation when they get the highways open, because we're going to need that. So thank you. I'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you very much. If I don't see anybody else, I do have a quick question. My question is with
Director Vasilaki as well.
Vasilaki? Okay, how about we go ahead with Director Vasilaki first.
Thank you very much. I don't really have a question. I just have a comment to make. Our hearts go out to Princeton, Mayor Coyne, junior and senior. They're both in the same area. And I can tell you, I know how they feel. We've had problems in the past here in Penticton with water as well. So if there's anything the city of Penticton can do, I know we've already opened our doors to lots of their citizens. And if there's anything else that we can do to help them out even more, please let us know, and we'll jump at the helm to make sure that everything that we can do can be done. The other thing I wanted to make a comment on is the traffic. And don't forget that what everybody's talking about, the traffic nowadays, we used to do that in the old days, every day, every year. And for those of us that have been living in this area for the last 30 to 65 years, like myself, we've seen that happening year after year after year, and the RCMP managed it very, very well. And they had a lot less members than they have now at the present time. So I'm sure they'll come forward again and do even better than they did in the past to control traffic and the speeders and all those things that make it awful for the rest of those that obey the laws in our area. So thank you very much, members of the RCMP, and we appreciate everything you do day after day after day and putting yourselves in harm's way on behalf of the citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Vasilaki. So now, just before we move on, I got a quick question that ties in with the state of emergency, and I'm gathering that gives some rights and responsibilities in regards to people traveling when it's unnecessary. I'm wondering whether or not there, if in the plan coming down at the other end, like a Hope side, there's going to be the ability to restrain a lot of people that may just want to go visit friends and family and let the truck traffic through in the essential traffic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was actually going to bring that up. We haven't received any direction yet, but certainly the state of emergency allows us to pivot very quickly. So what's going to happen over the next several months, and keep in mind, it's not the best time of year for this either. We got some nasty winter coming our way through a nasty road. So there are going to be some issues that develop along the way, issues that we didn't even think of that have become issues. So the state of emergency will allow the government to pivot and restrict traffic, restrict who can go where, what, why, when, all of that sort of stuff. So as time progresses, we'll see where we find leaks in the system, no pun intended, and we will solve those as we go. For example, the city of Penticton is not immune to this either. There's a lot of traffic about to come through this city. I recognize it used to always be that way, but there's a lot more traffic on the road, period, in the last 30 years. And as things develop and we notice issues, we'll deal with that. The police will work with the city, MOTI, whatever that is, but certainly the state of emergency will allow us to pivot and enter into some significant restrictions if required.
Thank you again, Superintendent Hunter, and for all that participated. It was really informative. We really appreciate you coming and educating us on all that is going on and providing.
We got a hand from Director McCordoff too. Director McCordoff has a hand.
Okay, we'll pass on to Director McCordoff.
Thank you very much. I'm certainly happy to hear that BC Highway Patrol is adding extra personnel to help us. There's another route, and that is the fact that the border has just been open to traffic, and Sergeant Beta and I chatted last week because we had lineups of people wanting to go down to the States, and I'm sure it's going to be both ways now that you don't have to apparently have a COVID test before you go down and back if you're going quickly. The other thing is that I heard this morning on CBC that people who cannot get home and are stuck in Vancouver or at the coast now apparently have the opportunity to go down into the States without their passport, come across, and what they mentioned was that coming up Highway 97 was going to be a good route. So I think we're going to have a lot of traffic on Highway 97 as well as Highway 3. And in Asuyas, we're at the crossroads of both of those. So I just wanted to point that out, that we probably are going to have way more traffic than we ever had, but it's from both directions. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions on the floor there, Director Pendergraft? No hands here.
Mr. Chair, if I could just close out here. We've heard Rob express his appreciation and thanks to others. I want to express my appreciation for Rob and his leadership in Princeton for this significant disaster that came through the community, both internally helping his members and staff, feeding them, giving them a place to stay. We all know there's some issues with heat and water and sewer. Rob stepped up for all of his employees, provided all of those services for them. He stepped up for the community. All the members in Princeton are working 16, 17, 18-hour days with not one iota of complaint. They're just there for the community doing their thing under Rob's leadership. And Rob, thank you for that.
How about if we, as directors, can give him a hand? Thank you very much. If that is all, I'd like to see a motion to end the Protective Services, Director Bush and Director Robinson. All in favor? Any opposed? Not seeing any that I can. I'll call an end to Protective Services Committee. Over to you, Director Pendergraft.
Okay, thank you, Director Roberts. I'll turn it over to Chair Gettens for Environment.
Accept the agenda, please. Thank you, Director McCorda, second by Director Bauer. The first item is for us to go in camera. So what I'll do is, should I read the recommendation, move into camera, and then we'll give everybody a few minutes. So the recommendation is that in accordance with section 90.1K and 92B of the Community Charter, the board closed the meeting to the public on the basis of negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at their preliminary stages, and that, in the view of the council, could reasonably be expected to harm the interest of the municipality if they were held in public, and the consideration of information received and held in confidence relating to the negotiations between the municipality and the provincial government or the federal government or both, or between a provincial government or the federal government or both and a third party. So can I get a motion to accept that recommendation? Thank you, Director Johansson. Thank you, Chair Pendergraft. So I know it's going to take us a few minutes just to get set up to go in camera, so we'll just take a 5-minute break now and then come back.
The establishment bylaw, which then has a process attached to it, which would not allow us to get it into the 2022 budget. So that's sort of the framework, Madam Chair, but I would then turn it over to Ms. Bloomfield to present.
Thank you, CEO. Ms. Bloomfield?
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me just pull up my screen here.
That's very small.
Yeah, that is kind of strange.
Half screen.
All right, I'm not sure why it's so tiny.
Can you try just maximizing it, Lisa?
Yeah, it's not letting me maximize it.
Danny, any suggestions? He's going to work on it.
Okay, well, I can start sharing and try it again. Oh,
there we go.
there we go. Perfect. Okay. All right. So, if you remember back in budget talks for the 2021 budget, we talked quite a bit about the mosquito control apportionment. I don't have control on my slides. Is that correct, Danny? Okay.
Just indicate when you need a slide.
Okay, could you please, the next slide, please? Thank you. So what the plan was is we wanted to look during the 2021 season, we wanted to look at a few things in more in-depth. So we prepared an in-depth analysis on the apportionment for the 2022 budget. We also looked at comparison to other local governments, and we wanted to bring some options forward for the board. So to do this in the 2021 season, I had the crew use additional tools and do additional tracking on how they were spending their time. And so also if there were other indicators that we could use to allocate out the time. Next slide, please. So just to refresh your memories, this is the current apportionment method. It's from bylaw 2415-2007. So since 2008, this is how the apportionment has been done. It's based on the time spent in a participating area. So prior to 2021, there was an incorrect assumption that was being used. They were assuming, well, we were assuming that the hectares treated were equivalent to the time spent in an area. This was done at the time because there was limited amounts of ways to collect data. So as time has gone on, we've increased our technology for recording. They use in the field tablets and cell phones now, so they can be very accurate on the time that they're actually spent because it actually records where they are. So we did, I've got some weird feedback. Okay, it's gone now. All right. So what we did is we did an analysis in 2021, and we showed that this assumption was incorrect. So we wanted to make sure that this was the case. So we did it again in 2022. You could next slide, please. So what I've got here is this is the 2021 data, and I've graphed the percentage of the hours worked versus the percentage hectares. And you can see that it isn't equivalent. The percentages should be the same in order to continue doing the apportionment method that we were doing. So that was why we changed it for the 2021 budget on how it was split out. Next slide, please. So just to look at the 2021, this was how it was spent out this year. The majority of the time was actually spent in Area B. And if next slide, please. And just to compare it to last year, most of the time was spent in Area C. So a few things to note on this is that a single year can change the requisition drastically. There's no consistency as the conditions vary different year to year. Flooding events can have a major impact. The heat also has a major impact on the mosquito populations. All right, so next slide, please. All right, so the budget apportionment for 2022 will be done by the same method as previous years. Because what we're going to do is bring something forward later for 2023 to change it. But for 2022, these are the numbers that the apportionment will be. And if you go to the next slide, please. That shows a breakdown about what it would be for each of the homes valued at 300, 500, 700,000 in those particular areas. And you can see the range that we've got from Area B, $300,000 assessed improvements only house property is about $103, whereas Area F, it's 12 cents. So, and this is how it's all spread out right now based on the current bylaw. All right, so if you go to the next slide, please. Okay, so based on this, it's there's a few issues that we've identified. It's very inconsistent, the tax requisition for year to year for each participant. You can't count on a specific amount in a year. And the neighboring properties in two different areas, they can have very different requisitions. For example, if you look at $300,000 assessment in Area B versus Area G, they might be right next door to each other, but they're paying a significantly different amount. And one of the other things that collecting all of this information for the time spent in an area, it takes a lot of time for the crew. They have to closely track their time and location, and there's quite a big analysis that we do at the end of the year to verify everything, to make sure that we've got all of the numbers and all of their locations through the whole season verified. And the one thing that the current apportionment method also doesn't realize is it doesn't recognize the acreage. It's based only on the improvements. Next slide, please. So what we're looking at is proposing to go to a regional service. This will account for the broad benefit in the entire region. Doing some research on all of the other regional districts, this is the typical way that each of the regional districts do it. We're the only one that does it by this different method. And what it'll be is the full converted assessment, the same rate will be used for the entire regional district. So this would take into account now the acreage and the land and improvements. So this new method, if we move forward, wouldn't start until 2023 because we have to go through a process to bring it there. But what I wanted to do is show you, for information purposes, using the 2022 numbers, what it would look like. So next slide, please. So using the 2022 budget values, and the tax requisition proposed right now is $161,980. So using that and looking at our total converted assessment, the rate would be 0.0141 per thousand for the assessed values. So looking at that on some of the typical values, I've got 5 of the different ranges here. So a typical $500,000 assessed value house and property would be $7.05. And that would be the same no matter what area or municipality you lived in. Okay, and just to give an example of some other rates around, could you go to the next slide, please? These are some of the rates that the other regional districts have. These are their maximum rates that they have in their bylaws. So you can see there's quite a range. And I took the $500,000 cost and I brought in what their maximum tax requisition would be for the homes. And these were all mostly by landed improvements as well. So it's a standard way of that most of the regional districts have done. Okay, so next slide, please. So the steps that we need to take to look at changing the apportionment method for 2023 is we need to determine a suitable maximum rate per 1,000 for the bylaw. And we need to go through some preparation of some bylaw amendments. I'm proposing to add all of the regional district as participants, which means Area E, Princeton, and Carameus would be added in. We also proposing to change the apportionment method to land and improvements and the one cost for everybody, the same levy for everybody. This will require electoral assent, and we're proposing probably through the alternate approval process. And it'll require also the approval of ministry, the inspector of municipalities, and then of course adoption of the bylaw by the board. And those would be the steps that we would need to go through to get to before the 2023 budget. Next slide, please. So the different options, the other options is in addition to the change to regional service, we could also change the current participants into a sub-regional service. Or we could leave it at status quo and keep doing the 3-year average, or we could adjust the calculation itself, change it, maybe add it to a 5-year average or some other way of doing it. So this is basically what I wanted to bring here. If you can end the presentation now, Danny. So this is what I wanted to just kind of highlight some of the major things, and the board report does go into more detail, but I wanted to leave it open for questions.
Great, thank you, Lisa. I just as a point of context there with highlighting Area F at 20 cents a house, I just also would like to point out that we didn't make any of the graphs a percentage of area treated or percentage of time spent on site because we can't really spray in Area F. But Director Bauer, I'll go over to you.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe the method of calculating by time tracking is not, the best way for some areas because like Area B, Area C, there is a lot of more time spent, but certainly moving to an assessment-based method would not work for Carameus. That just can't happen. I mean, Carameus is already per capita taxation charge the highest of all municipalities. I mean, we are paying almost as much as some of the electoral area districts. So I can't be in favor of this. So I'd like to make a motion to for the alternative number 1 to continue the apportionment based on current time spent calculations.
Is there a seconder? Director Kozakovich? Discussion? CAO?
Yeah, so I think, strategically, first of all, we want to make sure that we want to do a mosquito program. And secondly, whether we want to spend $162,000 a year, which is what we do now on the program. And then the rest of it, I mean, we already know mosquitoes don't stop at jurisdictional boundaries. They fly back and forth and actually have a fairly large radius. The other context is, and we've talked about this in budget, is that on our regional program, we don't really differentiate between the 15 jurisdictions. It's really about should each resident that's benefiting from the service be charged on the same taxation methodology. It's very, very odd for a regional district to, I mean, I think this must be the only program where we don't use land improvements. We went through this discussion when we were talking about the sterile insect release program. They're changing, or we agreed that they should try and change their MIVA legislation to bring it back to land and improvements, and that's between the 4 regional districts. So it's very, very odd that we would come up with sort of a hybrid type of charging methodology on a mosquito program. The land and improvements based on converted assessment, I mean, that would be really the more typical way to charge different areas that are all participants in a very broad-based service. So that's why we're proposing it this way, Madam Chair.
Thank you, CAO. Are there any comments or discussion? Director Kozakovich?
Yeah, thank you. I just have a hard time jumping into this program when we don't have a mosquito problem in Area E. We haven't. We have, as you can see in the report, Shoot Lake Lodge made a request. That's a business, and they're 20, 30-minute drive away from pretty much the majority of the citizens. They're way, way up in the hills. There's some recreation properties up there, but I see them as really needing to potentially pay for a service themselves. Shoot Lake Lodge has been there for decades and decades, providing a service. And of course, there's new ownership, and they're trying to do a higher level of service to the tourists. But it's a business making that request, and then we're asking the rest of the taxpayers in Area E to pay for that. So I do have an issue with that, but I'd want to know what would be the rate being charged to the citizens in Area E if we were brought into this program.
Thank you, Director Kozakovich. Ms. Bloomfield, do you have an answer for how much it would be for Area E to join?
It would be based on the the rate that we've set with the the rate that we set in the bylaw, right? For the 2022 amount, those were the numbers that I showed with the 0.014. So a $500,000 assessed value would be $7.05. That's what a homeowner would pay with a $500,000 assessed value.
Great, thank you. I've got Director Knodel, then Director Albrecht.
Thank you to the chair. With all due respect to Director Kovacevic, it's questionable as to how much benefit she's seeing from the program on a whole now, given the Little Blighters' potential travel considerable distance from the presentation that they did last year. The other issue being too, and I'm sure areas B and G also feel the same, is we have large areas that we cannot treat because of the environmental concerns. Very easy.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Director Knodel, we're just having a hard time hearing you, Danny. Is there any way that could be turned up?
If you could face the computer that your microphone's on, that might help.
All right. I don't know how much of that you heard, but I won't subject you to the whole thing again. At the point I was at was in area C, we have just to the south of us a large portion of the north end of Cleus Lake that can't be treated and is all lower marshland. And because of Ducks Unlimited and some other conservation issues, that lends heavily to the mosquitoes on the south end of Area C, to the point where the agricultural people hate going out to that area. Along the river, we have a number of areas that are protected and can't be treated also. And then again to the north, we've got Vassal Lake Bird Sanctuary area in Area D that we cannot treat or doesn't get treated because of conservation concerns, but adds tremendously to our mosquito load. So we're fighting a battle that we cannot win in any way. And we're paying for the benefits given to other areas that don't treat. And I'm sure the same is going on in Area B. The proximity to the Smelkameen River puts a lot of conservation areas up that the conservationists dislike treating, and the same similar for Area G also. Thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you to the chair. I cannot support the motion on the table. I do support the administrative recommendation. I agree with all the reasons set out by CAO. I think staff have done an excellent job here on the question, on the issue. I think what's being proposed is much more fair. We all benefit. The mosquitoes do fly across these invisible lines between our areas, and everybody in the region benefits when we have a good mosquito control program. And I think what's being proposed in the administrative recommendation is exceedingly fair to everybody. And I do not think that Willowbrook and Coston, just to name two examples, have been treated fairly in the past. I think it's a good change. It's the right direction, and I won't be supporting the motion on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Director Holmes?
I find this is a difficult one. I do agree with Director Roebuck that everybody in the region does benefit from it, because we don't really stay in our home communities. We do go out hiking in other areas around the region, and certainly when tourists come here, they go out hiking around the region. They don't want mosquitoes, but they may stay in one community and go hiking in another community. So I think there's a really strong argument that we're all in this together, and we all should be paying the same amount. But I also recognize there are some areas where we can't spray, and I don't know, for certainly in Summerland, we're really happy with the level of service we're getting, and we don't want to see that changed. But maybe spraying is more important in urban areas. I don't know. I don't know if it's as important to people in if area B and G and C are getting value for their money. I don't know how. I'd like to hear from the directors from those areas how important it is for them to get the spraying there. I'm not sure how it's determined what properties are sprayed and what's not, and whether is there an opportunity to scale back on the program to reduce the cost for everybody.
Thank you, Director Holmes. There's some good questions in there, and I think how do we determine where the spray is happening is a good one to start off with. I thought I heard that it was complaint-based, but maybe CAO or... Okay. Ms. Bloomfield?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's done by complaint-based. Basically, the homeowners will call up and ask us to treat their property. And our staff go out, assess it, and determine if there is a way to mitigate it, such as if it's something that just needs to be refreshed very often, like a horse trough, or if it's something that does require some of the pesticide applied. And each year, those sites will get asked again if they would like us to continue treating, and we would do that every year. And it's about 400 sites this past year.
Thank you. Any discussion or comment on that? I'm not seeing anything. So I'll talk to Director Kozakovich.
I totally understand the fact that animals move, mosquitoes move around. So I think the board needs to really think through how we approach things. If we're going to make this truly a regional program, then why did the board not all get on board with regional conservation? Animals move around, water flows, air moves. So, you know, if we want to make something regional and that's our approach, then we should be making more things regional, starting with the Conservation Fund.
Thank you, Director. Any other comments? Yep, Director Bush?
Yes, thank you. So I agree with Director Holmes. The control of mosquitoes is probably the best thing that's ever happened to Smelkameen and Okanagan, especially as far as tourism goes, and even traveling up and down the valleys. I know we used to have mega tournaments in Costin and stuff like that. Mosquito control now is really helped with that. People enjoy coming to the Smelkameen now, where they never used to be able to. It's been really great, and I will not be in favor of this motion. Thank you. But
Thank you, Director. Director Bauer?
Yeah, so Director Bush is absolutely right. The mosquito program is a great program, and helps us to be outside on the patio from time to time. Even so, despite the spraying, there's weeks where you just can't go out. That is not the point here. The point is who's paying for it. When we look at the sterile insect release program, that's a great program, and you have a shared costs where the farmers pay a part of it and the taxpayer pays a part of it. That's a wonderful program. There's other programs where we share regionally, like transit. We're paying into transit that basically benefits mostly the Okanagan because we don't have a bus. But this is a different story. We have a minor puddle that gets sprayed in Carameres, and we could easily do that with a backpack spray and a contractor to ask all my taxpayers in Carameres to pay for the whole region. There has to be another kind of solution than just putting it back on assessment. And I understand our CEO's argument that normally it's done through improvement assessment, yes, but that is it exactly. It's only normally. That doesn't mean that we can't continue what we have been doing or find another solution. So thank you.
Thank you, Director. Just from Area F's point of view, I know if it's complaint-based, because I certainly hear from people that have complaints about mosquitoes, but because of the Max Lake covenant and then how difficult it is to get that Forsyth hole, we can't do any sprays. So I have a problem with this as well, because with your question about asking how much it is for us from Area F, we'll go from $118 a year, which seems like a ridiculous amount to spend on a regional program, but it'll go up to about $3,600. So it's a big jump when we can't get the immediate benefit in our own backyards. So I'm interested in hearing more creative ideas too, because I think really what Area F should do is put that same amount, that $3,600, into the bat program and the sparrows and the things that we can do in our area. So it actually benefits the people who live in Area F. And if our mosquitoes from Max Lake are going to Naramata, it'll benefit Naramata as well. So I'm curious to have more conversation around that kind of conversation as well. I don't think it's fair to have a service that you can't access and enjoy the benefit from for Area F, but that's my thoughts on that. So we do have a motion on the table. Are we ready to call the question on this one? Director Bauer?
In light of what kind of comes out of this discussion, I'm making a rare motion to postpone this and refer that back to staff and see if we can't get, a more in detailed discussion and more solutions to come to the table with that.
Thank you. So do we need a seconder for a deferment? Thank you, Dr. Kozakovich. And do we vote on a deferment, or is it like a, yep, okay. Everybody in favor of the deferment? All opposed? Do you want me to read out the names? So we've got Director Trainer, Director Roberts, Director Bush, Director Holmes, Director Santez. Did I miss anybody? Oh, sorry, Director Olbrich. Okay, motion carries. Thank you. We'll go on to our next item. Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, Environment Quality Program, proposed projects for applications. I will refer this over to the CAO, please.
So the province came out with another infrastructure program recently, and it's called the Environmental Quality Program. And again, it's a very short application process. We have to have our applications in by the end of January 2023. And as always, there's some work getting applications prepared. So the regional district keeps an ongoing list of projects that we keep ready just in case a new grant program comes out. So Ms. Bloomfield has put that together. And again, this is another program that requires shovel ready and that we have our share of the project cost. So we have only a few projects that fit into that. Usually our problem is that in our very small services, they don't have the reserves necessary to fund either the third or the 27% required to fund our share, which then eliminates them. So we'll turn this over to Ms. Bloomfield. She can run you through the 4 projects that she's recommending. And then, of course, we're always interested in committee's advice.
Thank you, CAO. Ms. Bloomfield?
Thank you, Chair. Danny, could you bring up my presentation, please? Great, thank you very much. All right, so what I'm going to touch on first is some details about the program itself and how we use the criteria to look at how we determine what project will fit. Go to the next slide, please. So first thing I want to touch on is what's the program about? Unless you've gone and done some research on the program, I thought I would give a little bit of information on it. So the Investing in Canada plan is what the federal government initiated several years ago with the main objectives on looking at economic growth, low carbon green economy, and making sure communities are building infrastructure and can be sustainable. And they have 4 different streams with the agreement in BC. One of them is the environmental quality, and the other ones are a transit, culture and recreation, and the rural and northern communities grants. Next slide, please. So what's the EQ stream about? And its main purposes is to assist communities in developing well-planned infrastructure, protect public health and the environment, promote climate change resilience, and support broad-based public benefits and service sustainability. So the first and second intake of the program saw $399 million allocated to these projects. And in the third intake, there's $270 million available. Next slide, please. So for a project to be eligible, it has to meet one of those outcomes, preferably even more than one. But usually it's just one of these, and they're basically upgrades to bring about drinking water compliance, renewals of distribution systems, and support water conservation, such as universal metering. That's the first outcome, the increased access to potable water. So the increased capacity to treat or manage wastewater, the types of things they would look at is upgrade facilities to be in compliance with the provincial regulations, or renew collection infrastructure or the treatment systems themselves. And the stormwater is another one. We don't have any services on those right now, but the solid waste we do. And what kind of projects can apply in this is projects that have a measurable decrease in material that is being landfilled, such as diversion, organics facilities, composting, or things that would turn landfill such as landfill gas conversion into heat or other gas that could be sold. So recovery. And the other one there is increased capacity to reduce or remediate soils or air pollutants. And a lot of that has to do with contaminated soils and the like. So to be eligible as well, we have to have a commitment for the 26.66% of our share for the projects. Next slide, please. You also have to be a municipal, regional, district, or an Indigenous government in order to apply. The municipal or Indigenous applicants are allowed to put in one application, and the regional districts, we could actually put in one application for each community in an area. Community is defined as a settlement, or it would be a service area, a specific service area. The infrastructure has to be owned and operated by the applicant, and you have to meet all the specific criteria depending on the projects, whether it be water, wastewater, stormwater, solid waste. And the project has to be fully completed before December 31st, 2026, but it has to be started before about January 2024. So you have a window in there that you have to have the project underway. Next slide, please. So the key project considerations when we look at evaluating our list of projects, do we have the sufficient funds? And how shovel-ready is the project? We need to be able to take a design and move it forward into detailed design and construction. How well defined is the project? Have we worked through all of the different options? And are we well planned out to move forward? And do we have an up-to-date cost estimate? And is it part of our capital or asset management plan so far? I know a lot of those are in progress still, but the draft ones that we do have and the draft plans do include these projects. We also want to make sure that the timeline for this proposed work fits in the program, and overall it meets the criteria of increasing the sustainability of the system. And we look at all the criteria for the grant, and then we want to make sure that we can show a clear connection with the program criteria and the objectives for that project. Next slide, please. So we're proposing 4 different projects for this grant round. Naramata Water System has a lot of work that needs to be done in it. We have a lot of water mains that need upgrading, but our highest priority there right now is our Juniper Reservoir upgrade. The reservoir itself in the middle of summer acts more like a flow through, and we need to increase the size of it. The Okanagan Falls water system with the ongoing conversion project just getting started to bring the Okanagan Falls Irrigation District to the RDOS. We're looking at one of their projects identified in their master plan. We haven't determined exactly which one at this point would be the most beneficial, which is why it doesn't have any more details other than upgrade project. But that is something that we'll work out with the OFID over the coming weeks. Falder Water System, given all of the recent issues with the water sustainability and the talks of whether there's enough water, universal metering would be a great thing to put into the Falder water community. And the Olalla Water System, we've recently completed all of our detailed design for replacing all of the remaining infrastructure that hasn't been done yet over the years. And all of these, except Olalla, has the money available in either in one of the different reserves. Olalla has about half of it, but we need to figure out how to get the rest of it, whether it be through increased fees, increasing our reserves, or a borrowing. So those are the 4 projects that we have proposed to move forward. You can take the presentation down now, Danny. Thank you. And I do have the spreadsheet, which you have in your agenda package, which outlines all of the rest of our current projects that we've kind of got on the books for moving ahead. But a lot of them either aren't at the right point to move forward at this time, or we don't have the funding in place. Some of those projects are for small systems, and we really need grants such as the ones that come out that have full funding, and those do come out periodically. But this one, these 4 projects fit well into the objectives. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Bloomfield. Is there anybody willing to move the recommendation, or is there any discussion? Thank you, Director Kozakovich, moving it. Seconded it by Director Pendergraft. Any discussion? I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. On to our next item. Mosquito Control Program 2021 year-end report for information only. Over to the CAO, please.
I believe that Ms. Bloomfield has a presentation on this.
Thank you, Ms. Bloomfield.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Danny, could you please bring up my presentation? Thank you very much. All right, so the 2021 mosquito program was very busy. We had a lot of things on the go. You can see there's a couple pictures just to show some of the conditions early on in the year. Thank you. So similar to 2020, we started monitoring the first week of March. And it might seem a little odd to start that early, but when the ice starts breaking, you actually see all of the larvae. The photograph on the right there shows the mosquito larvae that were in a pond where they broke the ice to look at. It's not the one that's shown there, but it's actually one that they had to break the ice, and that was the sample they pulled out. So March 17th was when we actually started treating. Next slide, please. So this one, I just wanted to show a picture. This is some of the summer mosquitoes that we had as part of the heat wave we had. This is what we ended up getting in some areas. Just a nice little overview and then a nice close-up. And you can see every one of those little white dots. Those are the larvae connected to the surface to breathe. So it just gives you an idea of the numbers that the crew finds out there sometimes. Next slide, please. So this year we had 3 helicopter flights, but we only flew them in the Similkameen this year. The Okanagan didn't need it, and the crew could access everything by foot. You can see typically there's 3 to 4 in any given year. Last year we had 6 because of we flew them both in the Similkameen and the Okanagan because there was so many areas that we couldn't reach. Next slide, please. So Eclipse helicopters this year, they're our contracted helicopter company. They purchased some new hoppers this year. And just a picture there on the right showing what the helicopter hangs below it, and that's how it distributes the larvicide over the areas. Next photo, please. So one of the things that we did this year is we worked with LSIB and we did treatment on their lands. when the crew went out and did some initial assessments, it was quickly determined that a lot of it was not accessible by foot. So we ended up using the helicopter to treat the LSIB sites for the majority of the year. On the far right there, you can see in orange all of the different LSIB sites that we treated with the helicopter this year. And it was quite significant. And I know we had numerous people calling and thanking us for getting the mosquitoes down under control, because without doing the LSIB side, the mosquitoes were still flying across, so people were still getting them. So, all right, next slide, please. So one of the other things that we did this year is, this year was an ideal habitat for summer mosquitoes. They love the heat and they just went crazy. So we brought a couple of ponds. What we did is we brought in something called Vectolex, WSP, and it's more of like a puck that you would throw into the water, and just to see over time how it impacts the larva. And we chose Ginty's Pond and one at Heritage Hills, and we were very, very pleased with how well it worked. So we're looking at expanding it out into a few other areas for the coming years. Next slide, please. So one of the major challenges this last year was the air quality. Our crew would go out through the Okanagan, Similkameen, and have to deal with a lot of the smoke and making sure they avoided the fire areas. So they took a lot of precautions and spent a lot of time in their trucks when they had all of the smoke, and made sure that they wore the N95 mask to filter it out. All right, next slide, please. Some of the other challenges that the crew face are animals. You can see they ran into some snakes and usually lots of deer. And there's also tends to be debris in some areas and hidden things such as that well. It's kind of an uncapped well that if it gets covered up, they don't see it, and it definitely can be a hazard for them. Sometimes if the sites aren't kept well, they won't access them if they're not safe for them. Next slide, please. So as I was saying, the access is one of our key issues. A nice, well-maintained site is very easy for the crew to get in, do their sampling, do their treating, and get out. When there's fencing up that they can't get through, it makes it more challenging. They try the best they can, trying to throw the larvicide in or use the backpacks to get it into the pond areas. And you can see the site on the right there with one of the crew walking through a very treed area, and some of them are very difficult to access. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we've found is with the changing climate, it's expanding the mosquito habitats. Things that used to be dry are no longer dry. And the season itself is getting longer. It used to start years ago, started at about May. Now we're finding it's March, and it goes until the end of September. The crew were still finding lots of mosquito larvae in dips at the end of September. So what we're doing is we're responding to these by doing all of our surveillance, checking the sites, and keeping up to date on what the science is identifying. And when we do that, that's how we can select the appropriate treatment, such as the backpack sprayer, the helicopter, or things like the new pucks that we were using this year. So, and we're hoping that those will work a lot work well for us next year as well. The next slide, please. And I wanted to just give a kudos to our mosquito control team. They're out there every day, hard at work. Frontline people for the RDOS. They talk with a lot of citizens, and they're outstanding frontline ambassadors for us. We've been fortunate enough to have the same people return over the last several years, and they do a great job with their work, and we've been happy to have them working on the program. So in the board report, there is also the year-end report, and that summarizes all of the different things that we've done in detail. So if you have any questions on that or this, please let me know, but that's what I've got. Thank you.
This committee meeting. Are there any questions or comments? Thank you, Director Bush.
Yes, thanks. So I've had some concerns about dragonflies and I don't know, do they do their larvae in the swamps too, and are they safe from the material?
Ms. Bloomfield?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it only targets the mosquito larva.
Do you have a follow-up, Director Bush? Any other questions? Comments? Nope. Okay, thank you, Ms. Bloomfield. So that we can bring this meeting to a close then, if there's no other business. So I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. Thank you, Director Bauer. Thank you, Director Zakovich. All in favor? Any opposed? Meeting is adjourned. Thanks.
Okay, I think we're lunch break.
Right on.
put it out there anyway. We got what? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then there's got to be a few up on there. Testing, okay. Okay, we'll call the meeting of the Corporate Services Committee to order. Looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Opposed? Motion carries. First item on the agenda is Buoyant Alert, CAO.
Mr. Chair, I'm just going to turn this over to Ms. Malden and she'll introduce it.
So we're about a month out from our transition between Civic Ready and Buoyant Alert. So we thought it was timely to come and just talk to the board to give a quick update about how that's going for us and a little bit about our member municipalities who are participating with us. We want to talk about the notification categories really quickly. They're not a huge difference from the ones that were in Civic Ready, but we'd like some feedback. And Andrea's put together some stats on usage for the past year or so with Civic Ready. So I think what I'll do is just turn it over to Andrea Rendell, and she can run through a brief PowerPoint presentation.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Okay, go ahead.
That's good. Okay. I'm going to try sharing my screen. Do you guys see anything over there?
Not yet. There it come.
You have it now? Awesome.
Yes.
Thanks so much. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly because I believe Christy already distributed this PowerPoint to you guys. So it's really just a super high level display of the subscribers and how many are in each group. I do have more specific numbers. If directors are interested, just reach out to me and I can get those to you. But I'll just run through this real quick. Our first slide here just shows the electoral areas, how many people registered altogether. Electoral area A, you can see there's 1,988 subscribers, and just for your information, those are the most consistently used groups across all the electoral areas, so that's why they're in the graph, but some other slides, there's obviously some other special notification groups. So those have been included if they are relevant to the group. So electoral area A and B, C, they have, area C has some additional services. So recreation and water systems are also there. Those are the numbers of those subscribed. Area D, again, recreation, water systems, and in this case, LED has their treatment plant as well. All folks signed up to receive notifications. Go through recreation and water systems, electoral area F. We also have some recreation and water systems. G. You'll see the up at the top, sorry, I didn't mention that, the total number in that electoral area. Electoral area H has Missoula, and I, and then recreation. So just super quick snapshot of the subscriber numbers. That's the end of that. So, stop sharing. Here we go. So super quick. There is, I should note in the report, there's a number of 5,598 subscribers, but that I'm not sure where that number came from. The actual number should be 17,997. So there is quite a jump. We do have quite a few subscribers, but they aren't all necessarily in our electoral areas per se. They could be like, you know, receiving alerts for something out here, but living elsewhere. So just something to keep in mind. And then, of course, since this report was written, things have changed quite a bit just because our EOC is now active. We had originally planned to launch Voyant Alert at the beginning of December, but now we're looking more mid-December because some of our training sessions have been postponed because all of our staff are in the EOC. We do have some municipal partners, Oliver and Princeton. They had planned, the three of us had planned to launch all at the same time and do a Voyant Alert Blitz, but of course, Princeton has started using theirs given their current situation. So I hope it's working well for them. Obviously, they've been quite busy. The District of Summerland is also going to be signing on, but they had planned for a later launch date. And Summerland and Oliver were able to secure some EOC grant funds that covered the cost of their first year fees. Part of the work we've been doing with the transition is informing the public of this service provider change, and we've been doing that as it's outlined in the report for you there. And it includes sending already 2 notices through Civic Ready to all groups advising of the pending migration and asking everyone to update their profiles with the primary address so we can move them to the new system. And we've had just over 200 phone calls from to date from the first message that went out of the public asking for assistance with updating their profiles, and we do have dedicated staff available to help them. And we do plan to send out some more messaging once our EOC calms down. The next alert would include an option for people to voluntarily sign up to Voyant in advance of the migration, but we're just holding off until the EOC is a little less active. So moving forward with the new system, communications team has consulted with all the departments on how they use Civic Ready. And with their input, we created these new notification categories. This is what the groups are what the public will see when they're registering, so they can opt to get those notifications. But the one that they won't actually see is emergencies, because once you are signed up, you're automatically signed
We're
up. We're
having a little bit of trouble hearing you, Andrea.
Oh, sorry, is that better?
It is.
Okay. So sorry, I was just saying that emergency notifications won't actually be an option for registration because everyone who registers is automatically signed up to receive emergency notifications. So that's more just there for the board's information. So we will have, it is going to look like fewer groups than what we have currently, and that's mostly just thanks to the geo-targeted technology that Voyant Alert uses. Currently, we have to break up each notification group into each electoral area, so it looks like we have a lot. This way, it's going to be a lot more localized. So we also realized that some of the groups are maybe not used as frequently or are kind of redundant because the same information is going out, but it's going out through different groups. So for example, community events in the current description includes public information meetings or APC meetings and those sorts of committee events and open houses that people can attend, but that information is already going out through the land use changes. So we just kind of amalgamated some to make it more easier for the public to kind of understand what they're signing up for. And we do have the ability to adjust the groups in the future. These groups are based on the most frequently used categories and past practices, but if we find that we do need a specific group for something else, then we do have that option, but we're just trying to keep it super and clean for the public when they're switching. And also one thing to note is that notifications may actually be less frequent because again, everything is going to be geo-targeted, so we won't be blasting an entire electoral area if it's only relevant to, say, 10 residents or so. That's all I have. I don't know if the board has any questions.
Is there any questions on this? Okay, Director Holmes, go ahead first, and I've got a few on the screen.
Couple, if I may. So just to clarify, so when somebody signs up, you're subscribed to all the groups, and then you have to unsubscribe from the ones you don't want, or do you subscribe to the ones you want initially?
You are signed up for everything, and then you have to opt out. But you
Okay.
cannot opt out of the emergency notifications.
And for the municipalities that are participating, do they set their own categories, or is the idea that the categories will be uniform across municipalities?
So the municipal partners have opted to use Voyant Alert in the same way that we are with routine notifications and emergency notifications. They will have their own categories for routine and emergency, but we are working together to have similar messaging for evacuation orders and evacuation alerts, just so that that message can look very similar and not be so confusing in the event of a regional emergency.
Okay.
I didn't really hear
I'll go to Director Roberts now, please.
Thank you. And sorry if you're hearing howling in the back. My early warning system is going off. One of the multitude of animals. Anyways, my question is, and I saw that in regard to Area G, it looked like we had just over 200 people signed up. If I'm believing that the emergency one is the, basically encompasses everybody, and with having an area with approximately 25 or 2,600 people, I'm wondering whether or not you've reached out to areas like specifically when you got a single landowner, but it's really an organization like Suncatchers or Riverside Resort. Have we reached out to these larger groups, mobile home parks, RV parks, and kind of introduced them to what this is? Because I just recently went out to Suncatchers doing a CPR and AED session, and most of the people there didn't know about it, and I used the opportunity to explain it. And I'm looking at between Suncatchers and Riverside Resort, over 200 residents right there. So, I'm just wondering what we do to advertise. And I have been trying to, in every discussion I have about any topic in the area, to bring up about it. But what have we been doing to try to reach out?
We haven't reached out yet. It is planned for when we are actually in the Voyant Alert system. It didn't make sense to introduce the Civic Ready and then switch it on them shortly after. So once we're actually fully engaged in Voyant Alert, then we will be going out to communities, and eventually we'll be hosting registration workshops. And yeah, it'll be in the works once we're a little bit further along.
All right, Director Gettens, you had a quick question?
Because for me, the community events for sure, and that's going to be under the Parks, Trails, and Recreation. And that's going to be community events are going to be used through this system to the community members. So that's my first question. And my second question is, right now, do we have the staff capacity to use this system, or are any of the program changes that we're considering in our budget going to impact the use and the staff capacity of the system?
Sorry, I didn't hear the first question.
My first question is just confirming that community events are going to be highlighted through this system to the citizens.
Yeah, so we had a lot of discussion around the term community events because, for example, the public information meetings, we weren't really sure where that fits. So that's why we've renamed the category to community information and consultation. And that's for more specific workshops and public engagement opportunities. And then anything with parks and trails and recreation will go into that category where we've kind of outlined it quite specifically compared to what it was being used before. And then when Perfect Mind is implemented, there will be administration options too.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead.
Okay. So the second part of that, the question was, will there be the resources required to use this system consistently? And the answer is yes. Voyant is much easier and much quicker, more efficient to use. It pushes those notifications right out to social media immediately. And we are developing, Andrew's working on a standard template for staff when they're embarking on a community event planning and that sort of thing, that this is embedded in there because it is such a easy, useful tool.
Okay. We do have a recommended motion there. Anybody willing to make that? Moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion? Go ahead, Director Monteith.
Yes, no, sorry, to the chair. What's the definition of a community event? Is that an RDOS driven event or is that truly a community event?
Know about those other events that go on in the communities, and that's an additional resource which we're not necessarily equipped to handle. So for the moment, we're looking at RDOS driven events.
Any further discussion? Director Coyne.
Yeah, this is a great program. We've been using it nonstop this entire time over here, and it was a bit of a struggle because we did a soft release and we didn't expect to have to use it this soon. But now that we've got, I think around 600 people already on it and climbing every day, the alerts go out. They're almost like those emergency ones that the province send out. You get there's a serious one, there's an alarm that goes off and everything. It's a wonderful program. I'm glad we're all going to be using it and all the same one. It's good to know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands, we'll call the question. All in favor? Great, thank you. Those opposed? Motion carries. Next on the agenda is the Select Committee and External Agency Appointment, CAO.
Yeah, so we do this annually, Mr. Chair, and it doesn't seem like there are any significant changes other than the change in chair for 2022. So we're recommending that we just adopt the attached proposal.
Looking for a motion on that? Moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion? Director McCordoff.
External, the Developing Sustainable Rural Practice Communities Committee is, it was recommended that we have a discussion on whether this appointment should continue. I personally don't think it should. We haven't had a meeting for 2 years. I think that we've moved on to different focuses in terms of healthcare, and I'm not sure that this committee, the way it started out, I think it was 6 years ago, and we met monthly. I don't think it's probably going to continue in this fashion, so I don't think we need this committee.
Okay. Would you want to amend the motion to delete that?
I would recommend that we
Remove it.
remove this committee
Okay.
from the list.
Moved, seconded, thank you. Any further discussion
Or you have to vote.
on the amendment? Okay, is that a question on the amendment, Director Holmes?
We should probably add another one, the UBCO Water Research Chair Advisory Committee. I thought we discussed this last year, but I'm supposedly the representative on that, and we've never met, and I don't think it exists.
Okay, I'm not sure we can have two amendments at the same time, can we?
You can move an amendment to add.
To that list? Okay, you'll amend the amendment to add removing the UBCO Water Chair. A seconder for that, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Director.
Yeah,
Gettens.
it says here, Planning and Development 2021, that the 2022 Vice Chair position is up for discussion.
Yeah, we'll finish with this amendment first. Okay, any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment to remove those two? Okay, hands down, those opposed? That motion carries. So we do have an amended motion. We are short potentially one vice chair to the Community Services Committee, I believe it is. So is there anybody volunteering for that spot? Director Bauer? Okay, you're putting your name forward, I'm assuming, on that?
Yes.
As the vice chair? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. If the board's okay with that, we'll just add that to it. Seeing no disagreement from those on the screen. Okay. So we'll accept the recommendations on the motion. All those in favor? Thank you. Those opposed? Motion carries. And that concludes the meeting, so we'll look for adjournment. Motion, thank you. Seconded, all in favor? Carried. Done deal. Hospital District. I'll go straight to Director Johansson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll call this meeting of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District to order at 1:23 and look for a motion to adopt the agenda as circulated. Moved. Second. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. The main order of business is we have a delegation from Interior Health Authority with us, follow-up discussion from our October 21st Regional Hospital District meeting, but there is a recommendation first that in accordance with Section 91K and 92B of the Community Charter, the board close the meeting to the public on the basis of negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are in their preliminary stages and that in the view of the council could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality if they were held in public, and the consideration of information received and held in confidence relating to negotiations between the municipality and a provincial government or the federal government or both, or between a provincial government or the federal government or both and a third party. Can I get a motion to close this meeting to the public? So moved. Second. Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. I'm assuming we need a couple minutes to close the meeting.
Anybody else have anything to remove while we're looking through this?
Sorry, I have it now. So it's A2.4.
A 2.4. Okay. Those will be put into the regular agenda then. If there's nothing further, looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded. All in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to the regular consent agenda for corporate issues. Motion on that? Moved, seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. Down to regular board and committee. We're looking for this is way too long, this agenda. Consent agenda, development services. Mover, please, on that one. Moved, seconded. Thank you. Call the question. All in favor? Great, thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. Item B, development services, bylaw enforcement, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We have a property at 21043 Alkali Road in electoral area A that is in contravention of the area A zoning bylaw, our building bylaw, and the official community plan. And the intent, Mr. Chair, would be to give notice to the owners of 21043 Alkali Road that they are in contravention, and that we put a Section 302 notice on the property in case the property sells, and just a warning to future purchasers. And then if there is no compliance within 30 days on those three bylaws, that we commence court action to obtain a resolution. And then we would also apply for costs if it does end up going to court, Mr. Chair. So we're making that administrative recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask if there's a representative from the property owner available. There is. Could you put him on and give the... I would add that there was an email also that was distributed to the regular board members, or all the board members on this item as well, just so you're aware of it. Do we have him online?
Hello, I'm here. Hello?
Yes, we've got you. Please go ahead and introduce yourself, if you would, please.
I'm Richard Tenbrink, and I'm my partner, Marty Stewart.
Okay.
This whole thing has been a nightmare from the get-go. The timelines on all of this report is wrong. There has never been a complaint on our property. So I'm not sure what we're even doing here. Bylaw has come on our property without a complaint, which I have legal documents stating there never was a complaint. Not sure why we're even going through this at this point. We've been harassed, issues going on constantly. We've been trying to deal with Bill Newell. He's never returned one phone call. Bylaw has come onto our property and just has been absolutely rude and threatening us, which was Don Moore. I have written a letter to Bill about all these issues. It was pretty much ignored. I have contacted the ombudsman person. They have accepted our case. They're just so busy, they cannot deal with it at the moment. And we have also forwarded this to our lawyers. We are not trying to be non-complacent or anything. We're trying to build our home up there, and we're in the middle of our plans, but we just can't seem to work with the RDOS. It has been impossible.
Our drawer has been working with, I believe his name was Raji, in the building planning department over the last year, our 3,300 square foot house, which we plan on building. We have been working strictly with him to get within the guidelines of building. We have gone into the building department to get a permit to build a Quonset hut that is now built. Yes, they threw the plans back at me without allowing us to speak or even contemplate allowing us to build that. That was for our equipment to go in. We were in the purchase of selling our properties and moving to Osoyoos to build a retirement home. We're not here, I built for a living. We're not here to get by the bylaws. We're not here to build illegally. Everything that I've done so far has a permit. I have been doing stuff as we could afford it, and we have the right to do that. Bringing the temporary power in, they're going on about a building and this and that. We're trying to explain to them. I have contacted at the desk in RDOS, asked West because they were so concerned about this little building that was basically a screen room, and we threw a little kitchen area in there to be able to eat out of the weather and stay on our trailer and develop our land. We're not trying to get around RDOS in any way. We plan on building our retirement home there, but nobody wants to work with us there at the department. We just keep hearing, we're going to force you. Well, that's not working with the public. And everybody in Kilpoola Estates is in infractions for everything you could possibly imagine. Yet you drive by it and don't address any of those issues. Certainly drive up 300 feet to the top of our property, which is out of view of everybody, to find all this stuff and target us. So we have a big problem here. And what we're saying is back off and work with us. We plan on getting a house permit, and you're just planning on bullying through here and going on title and doing all this stuff without allowing us to, we want the property to enjoy.
You have to understand, we've had this for 16 years. I had no idea we could not even have a trailer on your property if you didn't have a house.
10.5 acres of land.
This, what they call campground. Yeah, we had our friends come up and show up and stuff. We asked them to remove all the trailers when they asked us, but we couldn't. There was COVID restrictions for driving. We could not move our trailers at that time or get our friends to move. The only trailers up there is a retro trailer that we want to restore and our own trailer, because we thought we have 10 acres. Why can't we leave it there?
I have an engineer. The Quonset hut is engineered. I just need a permit. I have an engineer that signs off on it. It's a metal building. I'm not living in it. There's no toilet. There's no power to it. I've got a temporary power cord to it. And we're not trying to hide anything. You know, we've done this, you know.
We've built before.
We've built before. Fortis BC has signed off. I've had Ted out, the electrical inspector from Service BC. The septic system I was putting in to get ready for the house has been signed off by the entire, the health authority unit. Like, we're not trying to get around. I need a house permit for you guys to do the safety features on it. And I get that. My girl, Michelle, has been working with the RDOS to try and get all the proper stuff in to build this house. That's going to be our last big. So we shouldn't be here.
The timeline on this report says we've been in, I don't know, since 2018.
2018.
The first bylaw officer, Don Moore, that was just absolutely off this rocker, came last year during COVID. So I don't know where this 2018 comes from.
I've gone ahead. I've got a police report on him, and I'll do more research on Don Moore because I'm not done searching that out. And Rosa, and those sort of things. You know, I just want this to end and stop and work with us and not move forward in a negative way, because it's going to cost the taxpayers money on your end and myself money on my end. And it's not that we're not going to defend ourselves, but we're just trying to ask to look at this with logic. And all the stuff in this letter is incorrect that Bill Newell has proposed to you. There's so many lies in this thing, and we have so much documentation on RDOS already, and we can pinpoint all this stuff out. And if it's going to get pushed to court, I'm good to go.
I would appreciate if Mark Pendergraft would forward the letters I have been sending and the concerns I have.
None of this is stated.
RDOS. This letter is all one-sided. You need to hear the other side and see how they are treating people. It's not fair. It is not their job to do this.
Okay. The letter was forwarded to the board this morning. Everybody did get that. Is there any questions for these two gentlemen? Director Kozakovich?
Thank you. Thank you for speaking with us today. I just want to confirm, so is it correct that at this time you do not have a permit to build a house? If that's correct, what do you feel your timeline will be to put in for a permit for your home? Thank you.
The time permit line for building the home will probably be within 2 years now. Because of the high cost, we've gone ahead and purchased a house, another home in town of Osoyoos, until we can get the material costs down and till my engineer does the final approvals on our house plans, which Dan Wicki has now. So we don't plan on building now because of all this stuff that's going on. It's overwhelming.
Can't even find a building right now.
And yeah, so it's a 2-year waiting list to get the property over here in Osoyoos. We've already talked to Tim at Longhorn. So we're working forward on our end, but this has become such stressful on us that we don't sleep at night, worrying about all this dealing from RDOS deciding that they're going to go for blood. And it's just like, we want to live in this community and we want to be part of the community. So we are certainly not trying to get around this by any means. And as for the Quonset hut, I've got the plans and I would love a permit for that. We're not living in it, and I'll sign a paper we're not living in it. So 2 years.
Any other questions from the board? Director Knodel?
Are you about to start an environmentally sensitive development permit review?
On that issue, we're not very impressed with this whole thing because we bought our property without this pink zone on it. And there's never been a letter sent to any of our neighbors, to anybody that this affects. So I don't agree with the whole situation, and we will be tackling that, whether it's the RDOS's, it's their obligation to send this information to homeowners that they can't do certain things on their land right now. And they're refusing to do that because they know what's going to happen. People are going to be up in arms. They say I can't even grow a vegetable garden where I've been growing vegetables for 16 years.
Our driveway, they blanketed over in a pink zone that isn't.
We can't even use it now.
So it's kind of really tricky right now as to how we're dealing with that issue, because this environmental stuff is really not carved in stone, because I know it's in the process of getting pushed through. They say yes, it's blanketed there, but it's blanketed houses and buildings that nobody's really researched to actually where this pink zone is. And our house is basically going to be just outside of what they have blanketed on our property, yet we've still got to drive through our driveways, and our gardens are all in the pink zone that have been there for 16 years. So we're very confused on where this is going as well. We did hire a guy to come in that Tim Dugan checked off to hire, and this guy has given me a report that a 2-year-old could have written. And it's very, very appalling to me as a businessman that somebody could write a letter like that and want to charge $1,600 for, with no documentation of seeing that spotted frog or that woodpecker living in that tree. So if this is going to be an issue that we have to deal with, and it goes to that it is an absolute law that you have to get an environmental study, yes, we'll do that for the permit. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from the board? Seeing no hands, we thank you for presenting to the board, and we'll go back to the board for direction on this.
Okay, what do we know the outcome in the near future, or what is this? Because
in the near future, if you stay tuned, you'll probably hear what happens.
Oh, today? Oh, okay.
More than likely, there'll be a decision of some sort today. So.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, back to the board. A direction on this? Director Kozakovich?
I just have a question. So the Quonset hut, They don't have a permit for it, but they can get a permit for it. Is that correct?
CAO?
So I believe we have Mr. Atkinson standing by, Mr. Chair. This was his file.
Okay.
He's
I'll go to Mr. Atkinson. Okay, go ahead, Keith.
Kevin.
Kevin, my mistake.
I'm not sure if you heard the original question, Kevin. It was about the Quonset hut, as to whether that was eligible for a building permit. But I think generally the board's looking for just an update on the history of the file and why we're recommending injunctive action.
Can you hear us, Kevin?
Okay, well, maybe not. So yes, if they submitted an application for a building permit, we'd certainly put it through the process.
But there isn't one right now.
There is no permit right now, no, they didn't apply.
Okay, a direction? Director Kazakovich?
Well, personally, I feel in an effort to work with these folks, even giving a time frame for that application to be in at the RDOS office for the Quonset hut is a start. So I'd be inclined to at least provide that opportunity with a deadline that if the Quonset hut permit application is not into the RDOS by a set date, then we would proceed with the enforcement action.
The set date, like you're talking 30 days? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I would give a 30-day opportunity to get that application in. And if we don't see it, then we would proceed with enforcement action.
Okay.
So that was the recommendation, Mr. Chair, was that we give 30 days notice, and then hopefully that would incent some activity. The other issue is, I believe it is in the ESDP area, so there's a few permits they'd have to.
Okay, we've got a mover. Is there a seconder on that? Director Monteith, are you seconding? Thank you. Discussion on this? Director Kazakovich?
Just on a side note, we hear a lot of confusion and complaints from our citizens on the pink zone, the environmentally sensitive development permit area. And I think folks aren't aware that thousands and thousands of properties are covered by this layer. And sometimes there's slight errors. I know I dealt with it myself when I went to get a permit, and it was covering a portion of my property that it shouldn't have been covering. And staff made that correction for me. The existing driveway, for example, was already there, but the pink zone covered, I think, a portion of it and a portion of my outbuilding. I'm wondering, just on a side note, if maybe we need to get some more education out there to the public, maybe through regional reflections or something else.
Good suggestion.
Danny is waving at us, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
You say?
Kevin's in.
Oh, okay.
Can we hear from Kevin then on this?
Okay, I'm here.
Update? Great, go ahead.
Okay, what was the question?
Could we get a brief update as to where this file is sitting and what's outstanding, I guess?
So the accessory buildings cannot be built unless there is a primary dwelling in place. If a primary dwelling is in place, they can place the accessory buildings. They are wanting to place the accessory buildings first and then build their home 2 years from now. That's not the way our rules work. We also don't know where they are where those buildings are located in relation to the zone, the environmentally sensitive area, because we haven't had an opportunity to go in there and do an extensive look at the property. This issue has been ongoing. I don't know what's not to understand. Build a house first, build the accessory buildings, you're good to go.
Okay, thank you for that. Further discussion on this?
There was a question, Kevin, as to whether the Quonset hut that's on there now is still eligible for a building permit. So I understand that no, because they don't have a primary residence. So we wouldn't accept an application for an accessory building.
That is correct.
Okay, my mistake.
All right, thank you for that. Did I see a hand from Director Gettens?
Do you understand when you have property and you have an accessory building, because if you have your, your ATVs or your equipment or whatever it is that you're keeping there in a secure location, it is an unusual time in the construction industry as well around costs. And I know that this has been ongoing longer than we've been dealing with these incredible costs with construction. But if you don't have to build right now, it might be a good idea because it's, there's shortages of everything and it is expensive. Is there a way for the owners to apply for a variance to allow them to have this, recognizing that there is a plan for a couple of years down the road to build their house? Or is this just a hard no that if you don't have a primary home, you cannot have an accessory building on your property?
Within the bylaw, it must that you must have the primary dwelling. But I would defer to planning, to Chris to give the definitive answer. That's his area of expertise.
Is Chris available?
He is on, yes.
Okay, go ahead, please, Chris.
Sure, thank you through the chair. So Mr. Atkinson's correct. The bylaws do require a principal dwelling unit to be constructed first. However, there are options. We have in the past had situations where people sought to put accessory structures on first, and that can be dealt with either through a TUP or a rezoning application.
Okay, thank you. So there are options.
And if just one follow-up, the other part too is about the numbered camping spots. Are those removed now? Because it does look like from the photos that there are a number of posts that have electricity. And while I think that would be really a fun thing to have on your property, I can understand why that comes across as a campground. So has that been mitigated by the property owners, or are they still there?
I could go ahead, Kevin.
The campsites are still there with the power and utilities that are being used by the owner's friends, which in itself is also becomes, there's other issues around that as well.
Yeah. We did hear from the owners, though, that they say all the trailers from their friends are off the property at the moment. So just so that's there. Director Kozakovich?
So what I'm hearing is they could apply for a temporary use permit, and then they'd also need a building permit, I'm assuming, for the Quonset hut to stay in place at this time. I think that's an option for them. Alternatively, they could apply for a building permit for their principal residence, even though they may not build or start building for a few years, and then apply for an extension to that permit if needed. I think so, if I'm understanding correctly.
Chris, I'll let you answer that.
Go ahead, Chris.
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm hesitant to comment on the building permit, but certainly the TUP, the rezone, would address the temporary structure, sorry, the accessory structure. And if a valid building permit is applied for, I believe that there would be an allowance for a temporary structure related to that, I believe, but I'm not sure if there's a building inspector on the line who can help me out here.
Okay. We more or less just needed to know that there are options. So. Any further discussion? Director McCordoff?
This looks like quite a hilly property, and I'm wondering if an accessory dwelling is being thought of first. Would you not have to have a plot laid out for your main house before you add an accessory dwelling, or would you not have to have the plans approved first? Because it looks to me like this is pretty hilly and twists and turns on the property, the parts that I can see with the campers there. I'm just wondering if that could be a problem in the future, if they put something on and then had to change it because the house couldn't be situated.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's an issue or not. Maybe Chris would know.
Mr. Garish?
Sure. Well, from planning's perspective, we wouldn't consider it an accessory dwelling if it's the only house on the property. We would assess it as the same, like the principal dwelling unit. But if we're aware that the property owner wishes to build a subsequent principal dwelling in future, we would certainly encourage them to make sure that this first house complies with the accessory dwelling requirements in the zoning bylaw, so that there's no issues when they come time to build the main house, as it were.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, or I'll call the question? Director Coyne, Senior, go ahead, please.
Before this, that a TUP would be a more reasonable way to go for this?
It's looking that way, yes. A TUP and then the building permit. Anything further? I see some hands there. I'll go to Director Roberts and then Knodel.
Thank you, the chair. Were these options made known to the property owner as you know when they were first finding that they were in contravenance of the bylaw? You know, and I wonder, again, speaking from a person who's from an area that doesn't have the zoning, I'm talking from ignorance, because again, my house was built very much the same, where the garage was built, and while the guy was retiring, he slowly built his own home. So if the TUP fixes that, my question is, was this option provided for this person? And is that a part of the usual process where we provide options if people are open and free with what their idea is and where they want to go? Thank you.
Can you answer that, Kevin?
When I reviewed the file, there was no notes of that being offered to them when I received the file. No.
Okay. Director Knodel, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, it's a little confusion here on my part. If they put a cargo container there instead of a CCAN, under the current law, I believe they need to be a placement permit, but would that be allowed rather than a Quonset? I'm kind of splitting hairs about the difference between a CCAN and a Quonset at this point. And the second part is 30 days going to be enough to get the environmental impact study done and get this through? I mean, in interest of not having litigation, just making that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can staff answer that question? Chris?
Sure, thank you, Chair. I'll start off with the environmental assessment question. We have been experiencing or receiving feedback from property owners that we're getting to that point in the year where it's becoming difficult to engage QEPs because of the pending coming of snow, which makes assessments difficult, and also just simply work volumes at the moment. So 30 days might be ambitious for that. And metal storage containers and lighting permits. So at this point, we're still operating under a traditional interpretation of metal storage containers within planning, because of course the metal storage container amendment bylaw is still outstanding. And that is that the containers are accessory structures, which I think puts us right back into the same situation that the property owners are in at the moment, which is they placed an accessory structure without a principal structure. I recognize, however, that the amendment bylaw for storage containers would rectify that by allowing for them to be placed on a temporary basis if a building permit for the principal has been applied for. But again, I'm not getting the sense that that applies in this instance.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Last chance, anything further? We do have a motion on the floor, Director Kozakovich.
I'm just wondering, in light of that information, if 30 days is a bit too ambitious. And I recommend amending to 90 days.
Okay, amendment to 90 days is seconded on that. Sounds good. Thank you. Call the question on the amendment then. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. To the main motion, I'll ask one more time for discussion. Seeing no hands, call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. On to the next item, another bylaw enforcement, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I understand we may have inadvertently confused some people with the way this was listed in the agenda, is that the agenda reads that it was a recommendation. This issue was before the board on September 2nd, and there was a resolution moved and seconded that the enforcement be abandoned, and then that resolution that was on the floor was subsequently referred to this meeting of November 18th. So the motion automatically comes back on the floor. So the motion stands as in your report. And then the board can decide what they want to do. But the motion is on the floor, Mr. Chair. So this is 980 Pump House Road in Okanagan Falls. And the history is before the board in the report, and the motion that you're going to discuss now is to abandon enforcement on it.
Okay, I'll go to Director Olbrich.
Chair, I want to just make a few comments and then make a motion of postponement until March, first meeting in March 2022. And first, I just wanted to thank the CAO for the comment. Our agenda format has the word recommended. And because of that, there was some confusion that the owner thought that the RDOS was recommending abandonment, and that's not what happened. And just to refresh everyone's memory, when this came before the board the first time back in September, I made the motion to abandon and then spoke to postpone it until today. The reason I made the motion to abandon was because we had to have a motion on the floor before we could postpone. If I made a motion to enforce, then the applicant would have been invited to speak, which would have taken time, but also put into risk, in my opinion, the potential that something could be said that could impact the landowner in a way that might not be favorable. My thinking, therefore, was to postpone. Now, going back to September, the reason for the postponement was this property has a complicated history going back to 1934. And there's been zoning changes and uses since that time. There is a question as to whether or not some of the uses that are the subject of enforcement are legal non-conforming. Now, for the owner to establish that, they did an FOI request, which had not been responded to in September. I can report that the response has now been provided and recently received by the owner, and that response is over 370 pages. They just got the response about 10 days ago or so. It's very difficult for anybody, even a lawyer who's paid well, to go through 300 and some pages and prepare a proper response to an enforcement action. So they need time to properly review the FOI information so that they can have a fair opportunity to provide an answer to this board, which will be making a decision when or should it come back. With respect to the magnitude of the enforcement that was begun, there were a number of issues, some of which have already been remedied. There was a sign. The sign was remedied before the September meeting. There were vehicles. Some of that has been remedied. The objective, as I see it, is compliance. The owner wants to come into compliance and has indicated a willingness to do so and work with staff to resolve the outstanding issues. Unfortunately, it's not possible to know in advance where this process will lead. As we proceed with open minds and give people a fair opportunity to put their reasons forth, we don't know where it's going to land. And so it may be that it comes back to this board. And when it comes back, if nothing has changed, then I will not be supporting the motion that I made to abandon enforcement. I think enforcement's real important, but that time can come after the applicant has had fair opportunity, whether they need legal counsel or not, how they review the information, if they need other information, if there's options they can pursue. All of that discussion and process will take time. I see no urgency with Christmas coming and the new year and COVID and all the complications to push this ahead faster. I think March gives sufficient time for the applicant and staff to work together. And if it comes back to before this board, I think at that time, hopefully the applicant, the landowner, will have an opportunity to provide their reasons for any disagreement that remains. And then this board will make its decision, and where it goes from there will be determined at that time. So my motion today is to further postpone this matter until the first board meeting in March 2022.
Okay, have a motion, a seconder on that? Thank you. Generally not discussion on postponement. Director Kozakovich did have a hand. Was that something that?
Doesn't matter now.
Not at this point? Okay. I'll call the question on postponement then till March, first meeting in March. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on. Development Services, C1, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So there are 3 requests under this development variance application. The first is to reduce the front parcel line setback for a property on Highway 97 in Okanagan Falls that's interested in developing a 3-unit apartment building. So the request is to reduce the front yard parcel from 4.5 meters to 0. The second is to reduce the off-street parking requirements from 1.75 units per dwelling to 1. And the third is to waive the requirement for turnaround space for cars on the property. And we are recommending that this application be denied, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. With the recommendation to deny, generally we ask if the applicant or agent is available and wants to address the board. Are they online? Do we know?
If I could speak for a moment to the chair.
Go ahead, Director Rober.
Yes, it is. I don't know if they're online or not, but I did get communication today that they have 2 small children who are ill. Now they may be online, but if I make an alternate motion, I know you're inviting them to speak, and I have no objection to them speaking, but with respect to their availability, I don't know the answer.
Okay. Are you ready to make a motion then?
I am ready to make an alternate motion, yes.
Go ahead, please.
Just a brief background and then the motion. For the benefit of the board, this property burned down on September 3rd, 2019. It was an act of criminal violence to the neighboring property and arson. Fortunately, the family was not home. A mom, a dad, a 7-month-old baby, and a dog. And since then, they've been trying to process the rebuilding of the property to return to what they had, which was 3 suites in a legal non-conforming structure, a character building on the main street in OK Falls. Of the 3 variances requested, 2 of them, I understand, are no issue, and staff can speak to that after I make the motion. The 2 that are no issue is the frontline parcel setback, which is similar to what was there before. The second is the off-street parking standards, which Moti, I understand, has agreed to, and staff have no objection. The third variance is the requirement of 1.75 parking stalls per dwelling unit. So 3 dwelling units, that would mean you need 6 parking stalls. What the applicants have proposed, because the property size does not permit any other configuration, is they have proposed a tandem parking, which means 2 parking, 1 in front of the other, 3 wide. So 3 tandem parking stalls, which would accommodate 6 vehicles. When you read the report, you'll see staff do not support this approach. They make reference to Penticton and Summerland and interesting information. In my view, it's important to see this structure, this home, this building return to the community. And given the configuration, I don't think we have a better option than allowing the variance. And so I'm going to make a motion that is an alternate motion, not the one in the report, but a variation. And my alternate motion is that the board approve the development variance permit number D2021.017-DVP on proviso that it is understood to be a 3 tandem car garage accommodating 6 parking stalls. And I think what that does is it gives this applicant the ability for their insurance to fund the rebuild. Right now, they're having issues with their insurance. This will give them that ability, and it will put the rest of the community on notice that this is a 6 parking stall, meaning full compliance with the 1.75 parking per unit requirement. The owners are happy to proceed that way. I think it's the right balance. And I think the concerns that staff have about on-site occupants having difficulty getting in and out, everybody with a driveway has had an occasion where somebody parked behind them. And, you know, most homeowners and tenants are able to accommodate their parking situation quite fine. And so given the options, I'm making the motion for that reason. And yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded? Any discussion on this? Director Kozakovich?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's great that something is planned to go ahead for this space. I'm just a little confused with the 3 in tandem parking spots. So looking at the designs that are presented, if I'm understanding correctly, this is a 3-unit building with 2 spots per unit. So if someone's going to get trapped in a spot, would it not just be a person that's already in a unit being shared with a spouse or someone else? You're not going to get blocked in by someone in the other unit, is that correct?
That would be my understanding exactly.
Yeah, that would be the assumption unless staff has a different thought on it. CAO?
No, we just go off the wording in the bylaw, Mr. Chair. It says 6 units, so we
Sure.
said 6 units.
All right, follow up?
Yeah, well, with that clarification, yeah, I can support this. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none? Oh, sorry, Director Monteith.
Hello, okay. Sorry, to the chair. Could we explain the 0 setback to the highway? Sorry, to staff maybe?
Sure.
I'm confused why we're going to build so close to the highway. Thank you.
Yeah, so it'll, the building will go right up to lot line.
That's what's proposed.
Yep.
Sorry, can I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
Is there an option to not build so close to the highway? Like, I'm concerned if we build right along the highway, that's dangerous.
Well, that was the application we got and what the applicant had submitted.
It's not necessarily right up to the highway, it's up to the highway right-of-way, so it's probably up to that edge. Director Obrick?
Yes, and if I can speak to that just to offer some assistance. The structure that burnt down had the same setback. The town center zoning bylaw does permit 0 setback, which is, I think, the zoning here. So it's not a change from before. Indeed, if there'd been no fire, the structure would be there with that exact same configuration. To rebuild the structure it lost its legal non-conforming status because it burned down and the foundation was destroyed. And so they are victims of a crime, which puts this into just a little bit of a unique position. So when it comes to, if it didn't have that history, there might be some different conversation. And the last point, and this one is really interesting, it's a very tiny piece of land. It's about 34 feet by about 90 or 100 feet. It's a very small piece of land. So to rebuild and put back what was lost, this is the best option that a lot of people who've been working on it can come up with. And so that's how you fit 6 parking stalls. If you don't, it will fit the structure as well, but this is how you fit all those pieces into a less than perfect ideal situation. Ideally, it would be a much bigger piece of land.
Okay. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Director Monteith.
Just to follow up, so if it's replacing what was already there, why did they need a variance? I guess, wouldn't it be grandfathered because it was already
No,
approved?
it's lost its grandfathering ability because it's been destroyed, so it's, and it's a different footprint.
And if I may assist again, legal nonconforming is the technical term for grandfathering. And what the chair just said is exactly right. The grandfathering was lost, and that's the point I made a moment ago. Had there been no fire, the structure would be there and there'd be no issue. This is a variance that's unique because of the history. Had there been no crime, had there been no fire, had there been no loss, we wouldn't be dealing with this today.
Okay, anything further? Seeing no hands, all those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries.
One, Vasilaki.
Yeah, Director Vasilaki. Yep, it's a rural. Item C2, CAO, another development variance.
Yeah, so this is Chadwell Place, which we discussed earlier under committee, Mr. Chair. This was the application that caused the Area D Advisory Planning Commission to make that request for a blanket coverage of the 3.9 meters for front yard setbacks. So this is the one house that has applied for a permit right now, and this is the recommendation then that we permit the front yard setback to go from 7.5 meters to 3.9 meters because of that challenging backyard that is all along Chadwell Place.
Okay, thank you. Director Olbrich, your direction on this? Not yet.
All right. I spoke to this morning, and I'd just like to move the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, moved, seconded, thank you. Discussion on this? Seeing no hands, all those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. Next, C3, another development variance, CAO.
This is in Okanagan Falls as well, Mr. Chair. So this is a property that is lakeside in Okanagan Falls, but it backs on to 8th Avenue, which is right behind the property we just spoke about. This is an application to waive the subdivision bylaw, which requires that upon subdivision, and it's a motel, the owner is subdividing off the back part of the property, which has the pool on it now, to turn into residential development. So in this case, the sewer line runs along 8th, but it's subdivided in two because it peaks in the middle. So there's a line that services this property that comes in from the the west, and then there's another line that goes out to the other side of the property that goes to the west and to the east. Typically, what we'd like to see is one sewer line that runs the length of the road because it's all gravity drained. In this case, that can't happen because of the elevation of the two existing sewer lines that run down 8th Avenue. So the map is in the report, and the board can see that there would be absolutely no sense in us making them take the sewage line to the edge of the property because there'd be no reason to extend it, and nobody else would be serviced. They'd always be serviced from the other side of it. So the owner is anxious to move forward with his development, and we want to move ahead with the approval on this without the normal consultation period. So you can see that the recommendation, Mr. Chair, is that we approve this development variance permit, but we waive the notification requirements under the development procedures bylaw. In this case, that the application be circulated 20 working days prior to the board's consideration, and that the representations be received no less than 7. We didn't do that because we didn't have time in order to make it to this meeting, but we don't believe that anybody else will be affected. So that's the recommendation, Mr. Chair, is to waive those notification requirements and approve the variance permit.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Olbrich.
Thank you very much to the chair and to the CAO. A thank you to staff for all the work done on this. There is no material impact whatsoever. The technical extension, if required, would serve no purpose other than would cost money that would not need to be spent. For the board's information, the property, both north and south of that 8th Avenue, is the same owner. and there's adequate sewer for all the foreseeable uses, and in the future development would get dealt with at that time. But with respect to my motion, I am making a motion of the administrative recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Seconder? Thank you. Discussion? Seeing no hands, all those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. C4, another development variance in electoral area E, CAO.
Yeah, this is for a new dwelling at 136 Ritchie Avenue, Mr. Chair, and it is an application to reduce the side yard parcel from 3 meters to 1.4 and the rear yard setback from 7.5 meters to 4.5, and then also an application to increase the maximum parcel coverage from 35% to 39.3%. We're in favor of that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Director Kazakovich, direction on this?
Yes, thank you. I see that there's some letters of complaint and concern about this one. This property did originally, I believe, have some additional setbacks or different setback measurements. So in light of the concerns, I would like to hear what the Area E APC has to say. So my motion is to refer it out to the APC.
Okay, so a motion to send it to the APC, seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? Call question. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. C5, another development variance, Area H, CAO.
Yeah, this is an application to reduce the front yard setback from 9 meters to 7.18 meters for a new single detached dwelling. Mr. Chair, and we're recommending in favor of that.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Coyne. Direction on this?
I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, moved, seconded. Thank you. Discussion on it? Seeing no hands, call question. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. C6, street lighting policy, CAO.
So this is two amendments, one to the OCP bylaws and then the other to the subdivision bylaw. And this was at committee back in August at the Planning and Development Committee, and then it went out to the APCs. And what we're recommending is that the street lighting requirements be placed into the official community plans, but come out of the subdivision bylaw. We don't believe that subdivision is the appropriate time to be setting street lighting requirements. First of all, nobody knows where the houses are going to be. And secondly, it's somewhat suspect as to whether we have, oh, sorry, I was looking at you. Secondly, I mean, we're not sure that subdivision bylaw is the legally correct place to put street lights. We're not sure that the Local Government Act gives us that authority. So that's the recommendation, Mr. Chair, is that we amend the OCPs to include street lighting requirements, take the street lighting requirements out of the subdivision bylaw, give both of those first and second reading, and then bring it back for public hearing on December 16th before the board.
Okay, looking for direction on this. Someone's willing to make the motion. Thank you. Seconder. Thank you. Discussion. Director Monteith, go ahead, please.
To the chair, sorry, for some clarification, does that mean that subdivisions would now require street lighting, or we're not recommending it? Like, I'm thinking Area I, we don't want street lights at all, except for maybe Apex. I know Apex has some, but the rest of Area I does not. So I just want to make sure that specifically Twin Lakes, as they do their subdivision out there, that there's not going to be street lights.
We'll refer that to Mr. Garish.
Okay, Mr. Garish, are you online?
Thank you. Through the chair, That's correct. The short answer with the policy statements in the OCP is that our starting point is the electoral areas are dark. The subdivision servicing bylaw is not the appropriate location for that because it automatically triggers the need for street lighting sometimes where we may not want to see them. So these changes would remove that trigger, and we would set priority areas going forward. But it would be at request of property owners as to their streetlights went in, and we would use those policy directions to guide our decision making.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything further discussion-wise? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Great, thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. C7. OCP zoning amendments. CAO.
We had this at the board October 21st, Mr. Chair. This is the residential and small holdings zone update for the consolidated zoning bylaw, the Okanagan consolidated zoning bylaw. And it was referred at that point in order for us to contact a property owner within the affected area in Area I. So we've endeavored to do that. I don't believe we've had a response, but the effort was made. And so it's back for third reading. And then we're indicating an amendment at third that followed the public hearing on this matter. And that is to revise the small holdings 1 to small holdings 2 to allow for agriculture on those properties.
Okay, direction on this? Somebody making a motion, go ahead, please. Director Gettens. The administrative motion, thank you. Seconded. Discussion? Director Kozakovich.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, when we looked at this last time, this would be a question for staff, there were a few errors to correct, and one of them I know in Area E had to be was with a property with SH2, I think. Did this correction get captured in this final document?
Chris, do you have an answer for that?
I do, and yes, I'm just scrolling through, but the error that was identified at the public hearing was in the Schedule E-226, which was for parcels south of the Naramata town site, and they were proposed in that version of the bylaw to be SH1, which didn't allow for agriculture. This was the subject of a representation from a property owner in the area. And so we had proposed at the public hearing and for third reading as amended to make that change to SH2 because the SH2 zone does allow or does list agriculture as a permitted use. So I'm just quickly scrolling through here to make sure that I've got almost there. 4, 25, 26. Yeah, it's showing as SH2 in the version of the bylaw before you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Seeing no hands, call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. C8, OCP, Area D, CAO.
This was the subject of our public hearing this morning, Mr. Chair. This is that two-lot subdivision right on the city of Penticton boundary on East Side Road. So part of it is to go to conservation area, and then part of it will be a continuation of to make legal a continuation of the existing use. It's resource area now. So the changes from resource area to large holdings and conservation area. And we're proposing that this get third reading and adoption.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Obrick for a motion on this.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, thank you. Seconded. Great. Any discussion on this one? Seeing no hands. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. C9, Zoning Bylaw Amendment Area F, CAO.
Yeah, so this is a 3-lot subdivision out in the Falder area. And the proposal is to create 2 additional lots right along Princeton Summerland Road. And the zoning would go from small holdings 2 to small holdings 3. And there would be 3 smaller lots. They're all exceeding the 1 hectare area. And we're recommending this get third and adoption, Mr. Chair.
Go to Director Gettens for motion on this.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll move the administrative recommendation, but then I'd like to speak to it.
Okay, moved. A seconder on it. Thank you. Discussion?
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
So I have been thinking about this one quite a bit. The board's aware for sure around the Falder water system and the concerns that we're having around there. When this first came through, staff pointed out that it's not on the Falder water system, but for sure we're sharing the same aquifer. So I had asked with the board's permission to hold another public information meeting because we heard quite a bit of feedback from the community once this came back to the board. The applicants did a really good job of addressing community concern around this. It is consistent with what's sort of been happening with their neighbors as well. But what we'll also be bringing to the board shortly is hopefully seeking permission to or support to do a study on the aquifer. So part of the reasons why I struggled with this one is because these are people that have been kind of caught, like they put this application in quite a while, then they got caught behind the fires, and then we had a shortage of staff, and it's just was sort of dragging on and dragging on and dragging on. And then, of course, we had some concerns come with Falder water. So I will agree with this one, but I just want to say publicly that until we have the Falder water system under review and we work with Public Works, I don't want to approve any more subdivision applications on this aquifer until we have more data. I just feel like this one got dragged out a little bit longer than we anticipated. So I just want to say that publicly.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Director Holmes? Go ahead.
Appreciate what Director Gettens just said. And I think if you look at the map of the area as Schedule A, you'll see that that's on page 670. You'll see that these lots are right up against the Summerland municipal boundary. And it kind of looks like there's a small community forming there. It's not part of Falder proper, which is up further to the northwest of it. And immediately inside the municipal boundaries, you have some large parcels of land. I believe some is crown land, which is forest grazing. There's, I believe Peter Brothers owns a big lot there, which they think in the future plan to have a gravel pit there. Further along, there's a Boy Scout camp and the Summerland landfill, and it's a long ways before you get to any other residential. There's the PIB reserved just next to it as well. So my question is, like, from a planning perspective, not just the water issue that we need to sort out, but what is the long-term plan for this whole area? Do we see that eventually joining up to Falder and it becomes some sort of a rural growth area? Or, and is there the water there to support that? So I'm just very curious to know where, the development, and further subdivisions, where all this is leading.
Okay, I'll go to Mr. Garish for this, if possible.
Sure, thank you. Well, to the extent I can answer that, we're hoping to get back to Planning and Development Committee at the December 2nd meeting with the Falder zone review. And as the board will recall, we do have a number of OCP policies that we're going to be seeking direction on in relation to future subdivision, rezoning, and development within the Middle Valley aquifer. As the board's also aware, we have the regional growth strategy review ongoing, and we're hoping to get back to the committee on December 16th with that. And one of the principal items we'll be discussing with the committee will be the future of the rural growth areas and seeking direction on those. At this point, at least at a staff level, we have not identified Falder as being suitable and appropriate for consideration as a rural growth area, but obviously we would take direction from the board on that.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this? Seeing no hands, All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. We go to C10, and this one I'm going to have to recuse myself as this is a application from a family member. So I'll ask the vice chair to take this one over, and I'll just step out the door briefly.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I can't see him, so I just need a thumbs up when he's out of the room.
Yeah, he's gone.
No.
Okay. So we'll go to C10, zoning bylaw amendment, electoral area A, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is the one in Area A, and it's a zoning amendment to allow for a minimum parcel size of 3.7 hectares. And we're recommending that this now be adopted.
Okay, direction. Director Coyne. I can't hear you, sorry.
I'll make the administrative recommendation, please.
Thank you. Your picture's gone now. Director Roberts, second. Any discussion? Questions? Can't see any. So I'll call the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Can somebody get Director Pendergraft for us, please?
Thank you, Vice Chair Coyne.
You're welcome. It's all yours.
We go now to item C11, which was one of the items on the consent agenda that was pulled. CAO, I think it's A2.4 or A.2.4. Development variance in electoral area I.
I'll maybe just turn that over to Director Monteith.
Okay.
I can find it.
I'll go directly to Director Monteith. Please go ahead.
To the chair, I was wondering if I could have this application, make a motion, sorry, to have this application sent to my APC. There's been a bit of community conversation about it, and this area was affected by fire a few years ago. So I guess just wanting to have some community feedback.
Okay, so to your APC, moved, seconded, thank you. Discussion? Seeing no hands, all those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. D1, CAO.
So the board will recall that in the 2021 business plan, we had identified that the contract for Campbell Mountain landfill and the Oliver landfill was expiring in, I believe it's May of 2022. So those are big contracts for us, and typically we would be out for competition the year before because oftentimes it requires purchasing large equipment and making other arrangements. So we indicated at the time that we believed that in order to receive best value for the money, that the regional district would bid on this project as well. So we changed the process from request for proposals to a tender where the only variable was price. So we developed the specifications in terms of reference for that project, and then went out to tender on it. And the results of that are now available, Mr. Chair, and we're recommending that the contract for Campbell Mountain landfill go to Green for Life Environmental, which is the current operator, for $658,293.29 for a 5-year term, and that the Oliver landfill just be brought internal, and the cost for us to do it is $358,921.36 over the 5-year term.
Correction on this? Go ahead, Director Johansson.
you, Chair. I'll make the administrative recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Seconded, I see Director Knodel seconding. Thank you. Discussion? Again, seeing no hands. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. D2, Campbell Mountain Landfill Leachate Tender, CAO.
Yeah, the board's familiar with that we were on the contaminated sites register for a number of years now. Some of our leachate is moving off-site, and we've undertaken a huge leachate collection and treatment process. So we're getting close to the end of this. We had several wells that were developed, and then a lagoon where the wells are now depositing their leachate. And we had one well left on the north side of the landfill that we hadn't done yet. So the well was built this year, and then this project is to take the leachate from the well over to the lagoon for the treatment system. And we're recommending that that be awarded to Modular Electric Limited for $181,532 plus taxes, and then that we set aside a $25,000 contingency fund.
Okay, thank you. Direction from the board on this? Go ahead, Director Gettens. Moved, seconded. Thank you, Director Kazakovich. Any discussion? Seeing no hands, all those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. D3, OK Falls Irrigation District request for conversion, CAO.
We received a letter from the Okanagan Falls Irrigation District on October 29th, 2021. They have resolved to request that we investigate the conversion of their components over to the regional district. So we've met with the Okanagan Falls Irrigation District. They have 4 components to their system. One, of course, the biggest is the water system, but they also have Centennial Park, the cemetery, and what's the 4th one? The streetlights. So they want to divest themselves of all 4 and then work with the ministry to dissolve. So we are recommending to the board that we commence the investigation of that acquisition, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Director Olbrich, are you willing to make that motion?
Yes, thank you. I will move the administrative recommendation.
Thank you. A seconder? Great. Thank you, Director Knodel. Discussion on this? Seeing no hands. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. Down to Community Services, Fire Dispatch, CAO.
Yeah, back in 2010, we received a report from Mitchell & Associates about our emergency telecommunication system. One of the recommendations was that we go out for competition on fire dispatch. So we did that, and we awarded the contract to the Kelowna Fire Department, and we've renewed that agreement since. It's up for consideration again, and we went out for competition on this, and we received only the 1 bid from the Kelowna Fire Department. So while it's a significant increase, there's a significant increase in the amount of work involved in the administration of this contract, Mr. Chair. So we are recommending that the fire dispatch be awarded to the City of Kelowna for $2,053,992 for a 5-year term.
Okay, looking for direction on from the board on this. Someone willing to make that motion? Director Kazakovich, you're moving it. Thank you. Seconder? Thank you. Discussion on it? Director Olbrich, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a question, and I don't know if anybody can answer it, but I couldn't help wondering, did the city of Penticton put forth a tender, and if not, why not? And I'm just curious. I can see some advantages to having 911 service in the region. There's a long history on this, and I appreciate that the Kelowna Fire Department has a lot of equipment and experience, which gives them some advantage. But I'm just curious, with no other tenders, I just wonder about Penticton.
Go ahead, Director Vasilaki.
Okay. We used to have a contract. We used to serve the 911 service from Penticton, but since the cancellation of the contract way back when from the RDOS, we no longer have the facilities in place to handle this, and it would be at a great cost to the municipality for us to put it back into service again. And that's the reason why we didn't put a bid in.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Great, thank you. Opposed? No opposition, motion carries. Down to E2, Arts and Culture, CAO.
Oh, Arts and Culture. So we had a delegation from Regional Arts and Culture Society, Mr. Chair, a while ago, and while they weren't asking for anything, they did recommend that we investigate doing the coordination role for arts and culture throughout the regional district. We believe that there's benefit in that, and so this would just assign this responsibility to our recreation department, and they would carry that out with on the wing of really this society, but we would help them out with the administration.
Okay, this is for information only, but if there's any questions on it, Director Gettens?
Staff level that we have now, or would we require more support for staff to take this on?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Would we need more staff, or is?
No, this will be done by our recreation manager.
Thank you.
Sufficient staff. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands, all those in favor? Oh, no need on this one, it's information. I'm getting ahead of myself. Finance, F1, CAO.
Yeah, so every once in a while we go out for competition for auditing services, and we are recommending that we award the audit to BDO Canada Limited, which is our current auditor, for the next 3 years.
Okay. Direction from the board. Director Bush is making the motion. Thank you. Seconded. Great, thank you. Discussion on this? I do have one. Have they been our auditor for the last couple of years?
For the last couple of
Okay.
years, Mr. Chair, yeah.
Just wanted to make sure on that.
Yeah.
Anything further discussion-wise? Call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. Down to legislative services. G1, Fire Operational Bylaw, Fire Department Operational Bylaw, CAO.
So this is to bring the Apex Fire Department under the regulatory bylaw for fire services, Mr. Chair. We have to change Schedules A and B.
Okay. Is there someone ready to make that motion? Thank you, Director Knodel. A seconder? Perfect. Thank you, Director Oberich. Discussion on this? Seeing no questions, no hands, all those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? No opposition, motion carries. Select Committee and Appointments, G2, CAO.
Yeah, so this was what you discussed under corporate services earlier on today, and this would be the recommendation that you made at corporate services. So to accept the appointments with the appropriate amendments.
With those amendments that we made this morning. A mover for this, thank you, Director Roberts. Seconder, thank you. Discussion? Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Motion or opposed? Seeing none? Carried. G3, Apex Fire Department Declaration Report, CAO.
So the fire commissioner requires that the authority having jurisdiction set the level of fire response for each of their fire departments. All of our fire departments are at the exterior operations level, and there is an accreditation program that they have to go through with regard to training in order to advance up to interior. But all of ours are at exterior right now, and that is where Apex would be as well. So we're recommending that declaration, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. As Director Monteith is out of the room, is someone willing to make that motion to order? Thank you, Director Holmes. Seconded. Thank you, Director Vasilaki. Discussion on this? Seeing no hands. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. We now have G4, which was another removal from the consent agenda. A1.4.4. Director Gettins, I'll go to you on this.
It was accepted as for information and not a guiding document. And it was accepted to be information to be presented as information to be presented to Area F APC for review and a public consultation. So just a minor correction in the minutes.
Okay, so you're just requesting those corrections? We're okay with that?
Yep.
So a motion to accept those minutes with those corrections?
Thank you.
Moved? Thank you. Seconded? Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? Great, thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. Down to CAO reports. CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Danny, can you bring up that flood report, please? So the board's aware that on last Sunday, with extensive rain event, that there's been significant flooding in various parts of the regional district, mostly the Similkameen Valley. So we have declared states of local emergency with the chair's permission for Area H, Area G, and Area B. And then, of course, the obligation is that at the next meeting of the board that we bring those declarations for ratification by the board. So that is the recommendation, Mr. Chair, is that we do those ratifications and then we send the declarations to the Minister of State for approval.
Okay, thank you. Is there someone ready to make that motion? Thank you, Director Johansson, a seconder. Thank you, Director Holmes. Any discussion on this? This is pretty much standard practice after these kind of events. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. Anything further on the CAO report?
Oh, well, just with regard to that then, Mr. Chair, I would be remiss if I didn't update the board on where we are. Clearly, we had a significant event out by Tulameen and Colmont, and not only was there significant flooding, but the road was impacted and they were landlocked. So we're gradually working our way out of that, and our fire chief out in Tulameen has been instrumental in making sure that everybody stayed safe and that they gathered together, mostly in her fire hall, in order to stay safe and warm. The real impact from us was on the Tulameen River, which had exceptional flows, and then that converges with the Similkameen River at Princeton, which everybody knows caused great distress to the town of Princeton. And so our thoughts are certainly with them as they work that out. They had breaches in their dike, and that's affected their infrastructure, and still working their way out of that. And then, of course, we get great support from all of our partners on this. And I hesitate to name them because I'll inadvertently miss somebody, but certainly the Provincial Regional Emergency Operations Center up in Kamloops has been of great support again. We've had a lot of EAFs in. I don't have the figures on that yet as to what our damages to date or our cost to date would be. But it's significant, and they're always good to work with, even though they're inundated with claims from other areas as well. The Ministry of Transportation are working very hard to get roads open. We understand that 3 is a priority, so they'll be working on that. But they did get an access into Tulameen last night, not over the road, but apparently over the KVR. So they found a way in, and at least people can move in and out of that down to Princeton and then on to other parts of the province if they need to get out. And same, AIM is their active arm with MOTI. The RCMP have been great. Ambulance has been great. All of our fire departments that have been involved have been great. We rely heavily on search and rescue to deliver notices and to get out and make sure that people are safe in the areas. I know that they're out in the Tulameen area still now. And then alert with animal protection has been instrumental in getting animals to safety as well in this egregious situation. So at this point, our thoughts are with Princeton, who hopefully are working through their problems with their infrastructure, and that they don't have to send anybody else out of their homes, and that we can get them whatever support they need in order to get people back in. But I think it's going to be a challenge, so we're thinking of them.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions for the CAO on any of this? Seeing none, we'll move on to Chair's report. I don't have a whole lot to report, as this is basically my first meeting, official meeting of the year, but I would like to also commend all the mayors and electoral area directors for the work and leadership they've shown through this trying time with the floods. It's a rather unseasonable time to be facing floods, but we will get through it, and you guys have done a great job. So move on to board representations.
Oh, sorry. Can I mention
Go
one
ahead,
more
CAO.
thing, Mr. Chair? I should have mentioned our colleague Tom Siddon turned 80 on November 9th, and they have a huge page up on the internet with right from ex-Premier Brian Mulroney to other significant contributors who have memories of working with Tom and, of course, his family. So it's an impressive page, and we just want to wish Tom all the best as he enters his 80s.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll extend those same greetings. Board representations, we've taken that first one off the list now, so we won't go to there. Municipal finance and municipal insurance, no meetings yet. OBWB, Director McCordoff.
We'll notice that on page 804 of your agenda today, you have a copy of the minutes, highlights from our last meeting in the month. There were 3 things in particular I just wanted you to have a look at and think about. One is the groundwater licensing, and you know that the Water Sustainability Act adopted in 2016 has required an update on using well water for non-domestic use, and you must obtain a license. Residential well owners are not required to get a license, but are encouraged to register. And I don't think many of them have. And that is so that their well is known, and if there was a conflict with a neighbor, that would be important to have that registered. The other thing was that we had a report from a group who was looking at microplastic pollution in Okanagan Lake. Quite interesting. And they had got a grant, I think, from the WCQI, Water Conservation and Quality Improvement Grants, and they were doing their sort of first report on that. Quite interesting. There is a video on it. And to that end, the WCQI report grants are up for grabs again. And this year, it's the theme is source water protection, which seems to be a really important thing, especially in light of what's happened in the last week. So please have a look at that. There are 3 of us on the board, and we could answer any questions anytime you had any. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next one is Okanagan Film Commission. Director Gettins.
Chair. So I've just got an update here from John, and so far for 2021, there's been over 30 productions within the region, and I think we've had filming pretty much throughout the entire region. There's also 3 films currently shooting and 2 more going into production before Christmas. And this month, a sci-fi horror film, Demonic, which was filmed in Penticton, Armada, was released. And so, yeah, he's just looking forward to wrapping up this year, growing some infrastructure as well, and more in the central area. But so far, it's been a pretty positive year.
Okay, thank you. Next one would have been Okanagan Regional Library, but Director Monteith had to step out, so we'll move on to Okanagan Kootenai Sterile Insect Release. Director Bush.
Yeah, so nothing new. I have a meeting coming up next Friday.
Okay, thank you. Southern Interior Municipal Employees Association, Director Knodel.
Nothing to report, no meetings in the last little while.
Okay, thanks. Back to Director Bush for Starling Control.
Yeah, so nothing new there either. Our coordinator sent out a thing. There's no changes, no 2 taxes or anything. So we'll have a meeting sometime in January.
Thank you. CAO?
Sorry, I believe we were contacted by the Great Growers, Mr. Chair, and they are setting up a time when they can come in and give their annual report. I don't think we've actually seen them for a few years, so it might be a quadruple annual report.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll look forward to that. Fire Chiefs Liaison Committee, nothing to report there at this point. Same with the Joint Council, nothing there. Hospital District, anything other than today? Go ahead, Director Johansson.
McCordoff had a meeting in October, late in October, that you may want to update the board on.
Do you want to update us?
Meeting that, yeah. Is that the one you're talking about, the regional one? Where, yeah,
Okay.
I think I did mention that.
Okay, I do recall that. Thank you. Down to I3, Director's Motions. We have none on the agenda at the moment. Is there any directors looking to make a motion or a notice of motion? Seeing no hands. Board members' verbal updates. Anybody has any verbal updates they'd like to make, please raise your hand. Director Roberts, go ahead, and then I'll go to Director Coyne.
Thank you. I've been asked by director or the manager of the district for the BC Ambulance, Joe Piscaric, who sends his regrets for not being able to be at the meeting today. He does want to continue on as he has had 2 meetings with us prior. Just with all that has been going on and with all the evacuations and staffing issues, because again, with all our staffing changes, we've got a lot of things going on in the eye of the storm. So he's very busy at the moment and working hard. And one of the things he also wanted me to pass on is, like the RCMP, they're coming up with plans and contingency plans, restaffing the corridor, Princeton, Karamias, and through how we're going to have different cars available. He's working on different ways of dealing with that because, again, just like the RCMP, just like our highways and management, there's going to be a flood of vehicles which could cause all kinds of issues. So we want to make sure we have our resources in place. And thanks again. Bye.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll go to Director Spencer Coyne.
Thank you. Just an update from where we're at right now. We still have just most of the community on evacuation alert. Our situation is getting a little bit better. This gas is hooking up gas right now, so that's a blessing because it's snowing out here. Our sewer system is getting better. It looks like it's going to be sustainable, which is a huge relief. It's 24 hours, 48 hours are key for us. Water, as far as I know, they believe they have the last hole in the biggest hole anyways, isolated. We have multiple holes in our water system right now, and that should be hopefully isolated out, and we're getting some pressure, and it's starting to fill up our reservoirs again, which is a blessing as well, because it means we're gonna have fire protection again. We're pretty apprehensive right now about the reopening of Highway 3 to the Lower Mainland, and what that's gonna look like for us. So I might need all of your help when that happens this time, because I'm not flagging in the middle of the night this time. Just to give you guys a kind of an idea of how powerful this flood was. The KVR has stood since what, 1915, when it was finalized, the last spike went in. The KVR between Princeton and Kilmont is ripped apart in multiple areas. There's no pieces of it left in some areas. Our town shop is along, what would you call it, just north and a bit of town on the side of the river, and the road that goes down to it was washed. Half of it was washed completely out. The dike that's over by the Brown Bridge was torn open. About a football length's worth of diking there. The water came up faster than I think anybody's ever seen before. The water level was at the 200-year prediction levels. And as I've pointed out to a few people, we did not exist here 200 years ago as a town. So Princeton has never seen the amount of water we took in especially at this rate. We're managing well. People are still happy. I got to give a huge shout out to our industry partners. They're handing out free heaters right now over in the town square. The mine was down again today, doing a free barbecue downtown. We've got people bringing water and supplies left, right, and center. It's an awesome sight to see. Our emergency crews and our town crews are doing everything they can. True Consulting has been on with us since just about right after it started. They're doing a great job. And everybody who's helped out in any way, I want to thank them, because this is truly a team event or team effort here, and we couldn't do it without them. So, and that includes the regional district. Mark and Eric just left. The building department has their inspectors out inspecting all of our buildings that are damaged and whatnot. So thank you to everybody, and thanks for all your messages and words of encouragement. It means a lot at this time, and we're not going to give up, and we're still going to be here after this is all over with. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Spencer. Any other updates? Am I missing a hand? Oh, I see Director Hope. Director Coyne. Bob, go ahead.
Geez, that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
I think it's working now. Yeah, I can't really elaborate on much what's already been said by Spencer and Bill, but you know, on Sunday morning it started, or about Saturday it started to rain, and by Sunday at about noonish, I phoned Ann in emergency services, and I think at first she thought I was nuts telling her that we're about to have a flood, and we were on the phone off and on until bedtime that night because we were having a flood. And she was just awesome. She did an incredible job of getting resources in play so that when things happened, we could help out. But yeah, we've got an update on the road out of Tulameen now. It's been one of the local contractors in Tulameen was able to build a road that ties in onto the main road there. So now there's good, safe access in and out of Tulameen. And I just got word here a few minutes ago from AIM that the Old Edley Road has been reopened. So we have good, safe access back and forth out of the valley. And it's just been, like Spencer said, it's been really incredible. All the local contractors have stepped up like you wouldn't believe to do these jobs because everybody's shorthanded this time of year. Nobody's planning on major construction jobs in November, but it's happening and it's working really well. And yeah, we'll just keep on slugging away. We got lots of mud playoffs in the spring.
Thank you for the update, and we wish you the best out there. Anybody else have an update? Seeing none, looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded, all in favor? Thank you. Opposed? None. Motion carries. We are done. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
It is 9 o'clock.